Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. If I can kindly ask you to settle down in the next 5 seconds so we jumpstart. Thank you so much. I know that the networking, the conversations have been so crucial, and we are so supportive of that. We start off in 3 seconds. Kindly take your seats. Kindly turn all your phones on silent if you can afford to, or turn it off completely. If I may ask any one of my colleagues to do us the honors of closing the doors so we can block out the conversations happening right now in the lobby. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, we're good. Good morning here in Dar es Salaam, the beautiful United Republic of Tanzania. In order for me to make sure that my wonderful and my esteemed delegates here joining us in person are awake and ready to go, I would love to hear a round of applause from you. Oh yes, they are ready. And good morning, good evening, good night, wherever you may be around the world. If you're joining us online via Zoom or you're watching us on YouTube, it is an absolute honor to be back for day 2 of AI for Climate Action Forum 2025. As I said before, here coming to you live from Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. Now, it's been a wonderful first day. Quite a lot of lessons and conversations have been had, but perhaps major highlight here is quite a lot of discussions on collaborations moving forward as we look at the urgency around AI for climate action. But before we go on, the one reason that we're here, one of the reasons we're here is because of people who believe in our mandate, people who believe in our collective movement, and these people are our partners. So we want to say a big thank you to the Korea International Cooperation Agency. We call them KOICA. Please, a round of applause for KOICA. And we also want to say a big thank you to the government of the United Republic of Tanzania. You've been generous, you've been hospitable. We thank you. A round of applause for the government of the United Republic of Tanzania. And perhaps I also have to say our delegates, you have spent time traveling literally from around the world, from across the continent to be here with us in the eastern part of this beautiful continent we call Africa. So it's okay for me to say a round of applause for yourselves as well. Thank you so much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, on this wonderful day 2, we have 2 sessions coming up, but perhaps if I may just steal 30 seconds of your time, respectfully, I say that the major highlight for today will be the UNFCCC Technology Mechanism AI for Climate Action Awards happening later on this afternoon here in Tanzania, where 4 outstanding innovators will present their solutions, giving us all hope, even though, yes, indeed, only one will emerge the final winner. But collectively, they are doing outstanding for the world. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Anita Erskine. Karibu sana. And it's time for us now to jump straight into our first session for the day, but session 5 collectively. Please allow me to mention that this session is named Closing the Data Gap, Tackling Data Biases, Availability and Access. And as we did yesterday, we'll have a series of presentations that set the scene. Allow me to bring to the stage our presenters, and then of course later on I'll bring our esteemed moderator Valentine. But for now, please welcome Eric Tambo, who is a senior consultant on digitalization, green innovation and entrepreneurship, former head of Pan-African Cooperation and Educational Technologies Division at the United Nations University Vice Rectorate in Europe, and research coordinator from the United Nations University to the Pan-African University Institute for Water and Energy Sciences. Eric has a doctorate degree in computer sciences from the Fund Universiteit in Hagen, where he led a research group on information and communication technologies for development prior to joining the United Nations University. Please welcome Eric Tambo. Now, we saw him yesterday. Today, we get another dose of him. Thomas Basikolo is the program coordinator for the studies groups and policy department of the ITU Telecommunications Standardization Bureau. He coordinates and manages the AI for Goods machine learning activities, including competitions and the AI for Climate Innovation Factory. Of course, he is ITU lead of the Green Computing Pillar of the Green Digital Action. Please welcome Thomas Basikolo. Now, Didier Nkurikiyi Mufara. If I didn't do that correctly, please forgive me. Teach me how to pronounce your last name again. Didier is the Chief Emerging Technologies and AI Officer at Smart Africa, where he leads Africa's agenda on AI and frontier technologies, including blockchain, IoT, drones, and robotics. With over 2 decades of experience and leadership at continental, regional, and national levels, he's been instrumental in shaping digital policies and strategies and driving cross-border initiatives that advance connectivity, innovation, and digital inclusion across Africa. Didier, where are you? Last, definitely not the least, Karine Joel is a Tanzanian innovator and climate advocate. Karine Notaka Tanzania, a hub that is dedicated to bridging the climate mobility data gap by leveraging geospatial technology, AI, and machine learning to deliver actionable insights for sustainable land open source tools. That her work empowers communities and policymakers through open source tools that map land cover, analyze demographic shifts, and support inclusive, climate resilient development. Karine, where are you? Wonderful. Please join us. So, ladies and gentlemen, I have brought to you your presenters who will be setting the scene, and I'm going to yield the podium now to Eric. Eric, you start off, and I may show you how to use the clicker when you get here. Kindly simply point it to the right, because the receiver's on that side.
Okay. So, good morning, everyone. So, wonderful good morning, everyone. Hope you have enjoyed the session yesterday, as I enjoyed it yesterday. So, and I have the honors today to introduce this session on tackling bias. So, and between indigenous knowledge system and AI. So I think why indigenous knowledge system and AI, when you see the pictures, so, and you are thinking about indigenous knowledge, it's let's say the perfect illustration on 2 different worlds. A world which is more or less not considered so far in the sciences, but which starts slowly to be integrated in all of the processes at the UNFCCC, so indigenous knowledge system, and AI, which seems to be the modern world. So I'm presenting today on behalf of a consortium of 2 big institutions, the United Nations University. Maybe I want to see in the room if someone have heard already about the United Nations University. Raise the hand. So quite little. So we still have to do a bit of communication and marketing on what we are doing. The United Nations University is a network of almost 13 institutes worldwide working on issues related to sustainable development. And the second consortium is the African Institute of Indigenous Knowledge System, which is also a network of almost 20 institutes working on indigenous knowledge topics. So we came together 2 years back when the issues of artificial intelligence emerged to see how far artificial intelligence could contribute to leverage indigenous knowledge system. So, and maybe before starting, maybe you have to introduce what we call the indigenous knowledge system. So it's referred to an so indigenous knowledge system refer to, maybe if the technique can present the slide. So it's referred to an intergenerational transmission of holistic body of knowledge. Holistic body of knowledge, skills, innovation, value, belief patterns, and it encompasses interactive and intricative interactions between economic, ecologic, political, environment, and local resources. So when we are talking about indigenous knowledge system, so it's something which is specific to particular places, the accumulation of observation of places, processes, and relation over time. So collective nature of knowledge means that disruption of access resources, loss of sovereignty right, loss of people and language negatively affect indigenous knowledge system. So when we are talking on different components of indigenous knowledge system, so you have the meteorological aspect, agricultural aspect, particularly in our context when we are talking about climate action. So meteorological aspect, agricultural aspect, what are the indigenous practices which can contribute to mitigate or to adapt to the effect of climate change. So when we are in the world discussion of climate action, indigenous knowledge play an important role. So what are the signs, for example, on early warning? So in indigenous community, you may have community knowing that if they see specific pattern like a fish coming out of the water, they can anticipate that the earthquake is coming. So, but how now the modern sciences is integrating this indigenous knowledge for climate mitigation and climate adaptation, and which role could play artificial intelligence in this context. So it's more or less an interesting topic. But what I will address today is mainly the bias, the data bias. So how do we address the biases when we are talking on these two different worlds? So talking about bias, I think the first bias that I will try to mention is the algorithmic bias and lack of diversity when we are talking on AI and indigenous knowledge system. So AI training data can reflect societal bias. We know that already. And most of the model now, most of the algorithms are developed in Western countries and did not really integrate indigenous knowledge perspective. So the lack of diverse representative, the lack of data also to model the different algorithms also have an influences. So which can perpetuate stereotype and also inaccurate prediction. So the lack of diversity in AI development team, I think yesterday, so somebody spoke about the capacity building. I think it was the Artificial Intelligence Institute in Canada. They spoke about the capacity building. So, and the lack of diversity is a big issue. So when you are talking on team developing AI system, how far are they integrating experts from the South? So without speaking about indigenous knowledge expert. So the lack of representation of indigenous community in the debate also have an influences on the bias. So amplifying risk, so many solutions, if you are not integrating indigenous community, may overlook cultural, societal, and ethical consideration. So how, or what can we do to address these kind of challenges? So I think integrating, involving indigenous knowledge community in development and deployment of solution, incorporating diverse perspectives and experiences, ensuring that AI system align value, need, context of indigenous knowledge population, and promoting inclusive, equitable, and cultural awareness on AI system. So I think the algorithmic bias is one of the bias, but one of the most important bias are more the epistemological bias, because AI systems are rooted, the current AI system that we have are rooted in Western epistemology. So in scientific worldview and colonial value, and risk to perpetuate marginalization. So all of the epistemology, so the cosmology, the cosmogony, the belief, this the belief, I will not say spiritual thinking of all of the AI system now built on value for the on value of the West. So I think when we are talking on value, for example, in African community we have what we call Ubuntu. So I am why you are. How can we design AI system which integrate this value, this African philosophy, this African way of thinking? So, and if we don't do that, we have a risk of marginalization of indigenous knowledge. So, epistemic AI, can disrupt, meaning what we are, when we are talking about designing or conceptualizing AI model, so they have to be inclusive in the way that we have alternative model of thinking. So we see today, I don't want to quote example, but when you see in the US, Elon Musk, for example, which his big company which is behind the Grok AI algorithm, you see in the way how the AI, let's say the philosophy that is more or less driven by the big company in the US, so in terms of capitalism, in terms of profit. So if you have this kind of thinking and you design AI algorithm model, so definitely it has an impact. So it will also be more geared toward profit, geared toward economic profit. But if you have to think on alternative model, so that is where indigenous knowledge can also bring their value, their belief, to have a kind of alternative view of thinking. So, talking about bias also, another aspect of challenges and bias are related to data sovereignty and consent. So when we are talking on indigenous knowledge, what do we call indigenous data sovereignty? So it's the legitimacy right to control data, knowledge derived from the cultural context of indigenous people. So meaning it's not enough just to integrate indigenous value into AI model, but it's also quite important to address these issues of data sovereignties and consents. So there are protocols like Indigenous Data Sovereignty Agreement, which enhance the control of indigenous people on their data, recognizing indigenous people as primary legal and cultural owner and custodian of their data. So, and there are different, the free, prior, and informed consent, so allow community to access risk and also assess and reduce the potential harm that they can address. And there are also UN conventions. So the United Nations Declaration on Rights of Indigenous People are some guiding principles which can be integrated when we are designing data sovereignty framework. So it's quite important to avoid issue like historical appropriation. So we see that in many cultures, so that element of the culture could be taken and more or less change, and without really recognizing the sources of this knowledge. So concern about historical appropriation, misuse, lack of control of indigenous data knowledge, indigenous data governance mechanism, and it's quite important also to promote justice, support capacity development at the community level. So there are different frameworks that can inspire indigenous data sovereignty. For example, at the European Union, they have already the GDPR, so General Data Protection Regulatory Framework. In Canada, they have the Canadian Consumer Privacy Protection. In India, the Personal Data Protection Bill, and it's more or less also an appeal to the African Union and to the African continent also to think about appropriate framework in African context to protect the data sovereignty of indigenous people. So if we are talking about closing the gap, what are the different gaps that we can address and how can we close them? So one of the gaps is what we call data access and affordability. So data access and affordability, it's related to issues like open data initiative, public digital infrastructure, subsidized connectivity and literacy. So that is all different components when you are talking on data access and affordability, if we have to close the gap between indigenous knowledge and AI. Data sovereignty, and governance has been mentioned already when we are talking on regulatory framework for data consents, indigenous data sovereignty. Community participation and co-creation is quite important to close the gap between AI and indigenous knowledge. So issue like solution like citizen sciences, crowd sensing, integrating community in the creation of data and AI model, participatory AI design, and also issue like algorithmic impact assessment. So when we are designing algorithmic, how far are they consider different value, different norm, like we are doing a climate impact assessment. I think in the AI world, we may also think on algorithmic impact assessment. How far are they considering these different bias that have been mentioned before? Sharing value and accountability. So in order to close the gap, we have to design data sharing mechanism, which integrate equitable value distribution, transparency and auditability. So I think that are the different perspectives that I will say when we are talking on closing the gap, I will more or less resume to present when it's come to connecting indigenous knowledge system with artificial intelligence. So I hope with this kind of topic, with this kind of, let's say, buzzword, so I have more or less said the same when we are talking on bias, and I'm looking forward to the presentation of the colleague and the discussion later. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much to our first presenter, and now allow us to yield the stage to Thomas Basikolo for our next scene-setting presentation.
Thank you so much, and a very good morning to everyone. Okay, so let's get the slides up. Thank you so much. So I'll talk from the setting the scene presentation that my colleague just presented. I would like to just push it a little bit further. And in this presentation, I will highlight the AI for Good initiatives and how we are trying. I wouldn't say that we are solving, but we are doing our best to help to push the boundaries, because the problem is huge, and of course it depends upon every one of us to come together and solve some of these issues. So just a quick highlight, ITU is the Specialized Agency on Digital Technologies, and our work is in different areas: standards, radio communication, and development. So, and at the same time, we are also, okay, so I just wanted to go back to this slide that I presented yesterday, because this contains the life cycle of AI, and this life cycle is important. And I would like to highlight the data part in this presentation. So we are not going to go through the whole life cycle. We are just concentrating on the data, because many people are presenting that data is the new God, and without data, I don't think that AI is going to be possible. So what are we doing in this data discussion? So in most of AI, as I mentioned, data is quite fundamental. And you cannot have an AI system that has not trained without data. That's just the basic. Now, to make sure that you have a good AI system that is going to serve your interest, that is going to serve the purpose, you need that system to be trained on good quality data. That has to be, the data has to be diverse or should be representative of the, could be a community, could be the domain that you are training the model from, or that the model is going to serve, and also the amount of data. Now, this amount of data depends on the type of the AI system. If it says small model, you need small data set. It's possible you can train maybe hundreds or thousands of variables, and you have a good model that can optimize or do some specific task. if you'd like to have a general model that can generalize across different domains, then you need a huge data set that is representative of the different aspects, different variables in your system. So this is quite fundamental, and this is quite important when you are deciding which kind of AI system we want to implement and what kind of factors that has to be included in the system. And as I think in this slide, I'm just going to summarize what has been presented before. If you have an incomplete data set, then it means that your AI model, AI system is not going to generalize, and it cannot save real-world scenarios. And also at the same time, we also have to understand that once we have a model that is working in real world, the context changes, and then we have what we call model drift. So it stops serving the purpose. And what you have to do is that most of the times you have to retrain the model, or you have to include new data set, new context, so that your model is serving the purpose. And if you have bias, then it means that the model has hidden prejudices and leads to unfair outcomes. Now, I would like to highlight one point that is not in this slide, is that most of the times we are talking about data gaps, data bias. But what is the fundamental issue? The fundamental issue is that most people are not connected, because data is just representing the real world cases. If you are able to connect to the internet, if you are able to put your picture on the internet, if you are able to put some information on the internet, then it means that you can be counted. But if you are not connected, it means that it's very difficult to get your information, to get your data in the AI systems. That's why we have the gaps. If no one comes to collect data from your area, from your region, that's where we have data gaps. So the fundamental issue is not the data itself, but it's the data collection. So this goes in hand with the digital divide. If we are able to address the digital divide, then we'll be able to address the issues of data gap, issues of data bias, and the consequences of it. So I just wanted to highlight that aspect. And what we are doing, we have a lot of activities through the AI for Good. And the premise of AI for Good is we would like to identify innovative applications of AI. We also want to build skills and standards, but also advanced partnerships that can help us to solve these global challenges. So these global challenges are in different domains. And in this presentation, I'm going to highlight a different domain, not necessarily we are discussing in this room, because in this room we are talking about climate. So I want to highlight a domain on healthcare and how the same techniques, the same aspects that we are considering in healthcare can apply in the climate discourse. So I would like to just maybe talk a little bit about the machine learning competitions that we are hosting. So we host different competitions in different areas. The idea is not to give people money, no. The idea is to build capacity, to help train the next generation of engineers, the next generation of policymakers, the next generation of regulators, to understand what AI is, how is it applied in real life, and how they can use the technology in their specific domains and in their specific countries or communities. So through these competitions, we are building skills, but also at the same time, we have the AI Skills Coalition. This is also an upskilling program which is bridging the gap, the skills gap. So these are the two aspects of projects or initiatives that we are conducting in the AI for Good to make sure that we are building the capacity, to make sure that we don't have these data gaps, but also we don't have these technical gaps for the future, I would say, engineers, the future experts, future regulators, as well as maybe future climate change negotiators who has knowledge, technical knowledge on AI and how it can be applied in this specific domain. And I can't go without talking about standards that we are implementing in different areas where we have standards in terms of data management, we have standards in data security, but also we have activities on closing data gaps through different initiatives, including the ML Commons. Now, in terms of the discussion, we had a group on AI for health, and it was developing standards for evaluating health solutions, but also they were developing solutions, not only standards, but also solutions. So these solutions including an open platform, but also data exchange. So what kind of data that can be used, what kind of metadata is needed in this domain, and can this apply to other domains? I think everything is applicable in the climate domain as well. So what are the considerations in this case? I think, sorry, the slide is quite small, so maybe I'll skip. I'll go to the next. I think some interesting aspects is on the model, but the model comes from the data. So if you want to have a model that you can trust, it means that it should have good performance. So you have the metrics, it should achieve those metrics. And you should have the data which is robust. Your model should be explainable, but also you should be able to quantify. These aspects can be applied to the climate discourse, and you should have the same, I would say, effectiveness, safety measures. I would say that the health domain is quite strict, but if we can include this kind of strictness in the climate domain, I would say that we are going to have proven solutions that are effective in the climate domain. The data itself, it has to be representative, so you have to avoid the biases. It should reflect the population dynamics. Could be the region, the gender, or even the weather dynamics, because you can be in the same country as colleagues mentioned yesterday, that in the same country you can have varying weather conditions. So in the climate domain, you have to have a data set that is representative. And issues that should be considered, I think good data practices, having metadata, and data security. These are some issues that has to be considered when you are developing solutions, AI solutions in the climate domain. This applies across different domains. And also one aspect I wanted to highlight is that we have a solution that is in trial at the moment. It's called Kwasan. This is a metadata sharing aspect, and it's being used now by more than 700,000 data sets across different platforms. So Google, AWS, Cargo, and Hugging Face. They are using this kind of data sharing methodology, and I believe that in different domains you would appreciate using these kind of data sharing practices, and it has all these aspects that I've mentioned to avoid the biases, to avoid the gaps, and different aspects that I mentioned. So I would like to just leave you, if you are interested in the report that I mentioned yesterday, you can scan the QR code. But other than that, thank you so much for having me here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we now have Didier Inkuriki-Mfura joining us to give his scene-setting presentation. Over to you, Didier.
Good morning. Yeah, thank you for having me. We'll quickly go through a different perspective from what has been shared by our esteemed colleagues this morning. And I'm going to bring you through a bit of the understanding of what Smart Africa is doing in this important space. Maybe for those who have not heard about Smart Africa, it's a Pan-African organization. It was created in 2013, announced by 7 heads of state, and with the mission to transform Africa into a single digital market. And the mission is to drive Africa's digital transformation agenda through a bold and innovative multi-stakeholder approach. So from the 7 countries that started, this is a picture of the first Transform Africa Summit in Kigali in 2013. The 7 head of state that you see in this picture created this organization. We're happy to inform you that today we have 40 countries which are members of the alliance, and it came from this important understanding that each country cannot do alone. They need to work together. So today 75% of African countries are members of Smart Africa. As you can see in this map, most of the dots around, it's not even representative of all the 40 countries. From all the regional economic blocks across the continent are part of Smart Africa. So it's the most significant effort that has happened to date that bring together all the head of state, ministers of ICT, regulators, from telecom regulator, cyber security regulator, data protection regulator, so really the wide ecosystem who are part of this alliance, and they work on solution to challenges at the continent level. It's not just head of state, it's also private sector. Private sector has joined this important understanding because the head of state invited them. They know that governments are good at putting policies, setting standards, norms, but the private sector has the know-how. They have the capacity, they have the ability to deliver solutions. So, and it's not only them, but also we working closely with the AU, the African Union Commission, the ITU. Our colleague from ITU was just presenting the work they're doing as an important organization working on norms, standards. Also organizations like development partners, European Union, African Union Commission, and banks like African Development Bank, Badia, and so on. So it's really, I'll call it an alliance of organizations from public sector, private sector, and the wider space of international organization working all together to solve some of the pressing challenges related to digital transformation. What is a bit unique, I'm not sure if this picture can say as well, but we have a board. The board is comprised of head of state. They sit at the board because they wanted to continue to provide leadership into all this important undertaking. And then there is a steering committee composed of essentially ministers of ICT, but also representatives from the private sector, the international organizations. And finally, the secretariat where I work, which now translate all these decisions into practical initiative and practical project, but also follow the implementation of the decisions. Now, on the right side, what you see in orange is just different forums. There's a forum just bringing ministers together because they have there's a need of aligning issues related to policy, issues related to strategies, and also different forums that bring regulators, cybersecurity authority, and different type of government organization. The most recent one is what I'm going to talk about shortly, is the AI Council. It's a new council that is going to be announced very, very soon in November. It's being positioned as a strategic platform to advance AI adoption in the continent. But before talking about that, I mentioned that we do specific initiative and specific project, because it's one thing to talk about policies, what need to be done, but if it's not done, then there's nothing that happens on the ground. So the way Smart Africa works, we work with very specific initiatives, whether it's agri-tech, whether it's issues around smart cities or big data or startups and so on. So there's many, many different flagship which are currently implemented. This is just a snapshot of it. If you have a chance, please visit our website, smartafrica.org, and you'll be able to see more of the work we're doing. I mentioned that we do, first of all, align at the policy level. We develop blueprints, and some of these are documents available also on our website. But we don't just stop at blueprint. We also do specific pilot initiative. And I'm going to just to mention a few initiatives that we are doing on the space of data, and I'll be a little bit. So we have some initiative around creating data set for agriculture information management system. We've done it with Zimbabwe. We've done it with a few more countries. We've done some work. I think that's probably the most advanced work we've done, creating a data exchange platform, because data are not connected. So recently, a few years ago, the SADC initiative was announced. So countries and data system registries can now talk. We're currently in a pilot phase to allow different data sets of different sectors to be exchanged between countries, because usually data are augmented when they're interconnected. The best value is derived when data can be exchanged. So this platform allows countries to be able to exchange information between different registries. So we have some use cases we are currently doing on a pilot basis. It will be the most advanced initiative that allow countries to share data. To give you a very practical example, you are in Tanzania today, you want to open a bank account in Cote d'Ivoire. How do they know that you are a citizen from Tanzania? Of course, you'll present your ID card, but how do they know that this ID card is a genuine ID card? Because the physical look cannot tell, right? They need to connect with a registry, the National ID Registry of Tanzania, to check if this is a real ID or not, and then they can give you a service. You want to open a bank account, you want to open a business in Cote d'Ivoire, they want first to know you, if you are a real person, if you're a real business. So there are many use cases in education, in roaming, when you roam from a country to another, or verification of the information from businesses, from people, and so on. So the SADC, the Smart Africa Data Exchange Platform, will resolve that, the interconnectivity between data sets. We realized quickly that a lot of countries do not have data governance in place. So we worked on a blueprint. It's a document that is available again on our website, smartafrica.org, and we've been now supporting countries on having first a national data strategy, because the policy makers need to send a very clear signal that data is important, and they need to put systems to support the creation of data. So currently we are working with countries on national data, having first a national data strategy, and also now supporting them in very specific use cases, whether it's agriculture, health, education, climate, and so on. So it's a significant work, because data is there, but it's not simply captured or stored in a way that create value, right? We have a lot of data in document, sometimes in PDFs and so on, but they cannot add value. So we're working with countries to support the establishment of systems to create good quality data set that can now be opened. It's the only place where when you create data and you create those data sets, it's an investment that augments value across the board. We also started recently what we call the Innovate Africa Challenge. It's an initiative to support startups, to support SMEs, to bring solutions which are relevant for Africa. So we've already run two focusing on AI and agriculture. So it's a way to bring to visibility the work that our startups are doing in the continent in the space of AI. Now, maybe As I conclude, I mentioned at the beginning that we are very soon announcing a continental body. It's called the Africa AI Council, which is an African-led global collaborative platform that will bring the public and the private sector, the industry, so both the public sector and also the industry at large. The effort is currently done together with the African Union Commission as well as the ITU. They are co-chairs of our steering committee. It was just approved yesterday. The Secretary General of ITU, Her Excellency Doreen Bogdan, as well as the AU Commissioner in charge of infrastructure, which is also handling digital economy, and the UNECA, all together with African countries. They're establishing this council, and it will provide a set of ambitious and actionable recommendations on how to propel Africa towards a future where AI is accessible for all. Objectives will be to support government in developing national and regional AI strategies, foster partnership, mobilize investment for infrastructure, scale solutions, but also promote research and innovation on AI, and also regional and international collaboration. And this one, it will be a 15-member council that will have ICT ministers and also independent members coming from the academia, from research, but also from the private sector. The idea is that it creates really bold recommendation and bold action to embrace AI in the continent. So it will be announced in November. It's very in advanced stage, but also it will allow people to come together on important topics like compute, data, use cases that can be built on top of the data, talent, because we have there's a huge demand of talent, and Africa do not have enough talent around AI. There's a scramble globally of attracting talent around AI, but also issues of governance and also issues of investment. So those are, they'll be supported by thematic working group. If you're interested, we'll be keen to also see how you can bring your expertise. We've launched a public call for nomination. We received over 400 people, a nomination from Africans in the continent and beyond who've expressed interest to contribute to the thematic working group that I've mentioned. And if you're interested, we'll be very keen also to work with you so you can also bring your contribution on this important work. So we continue to support the work. We'll continue to focus on supporting the work of the Council and thematic working group, but also supporting member states on development of national policies and regulation model to adopt AI. And finally, also, as I say, we don't only stay at the policy level, we also move into the implementation through pilot initiative, pilot project, especially scale those initiatives that are successful or that can create a large impact in health, agriculture, education, financial services, public administration, and so on, climate change. So I'll stop here by just saying that Smart Africa supports policy harmonization, but also support practical use cases that can advance the digital transformation of the continent. So thank you again for having me. I think we can expand a little bit more during the Q&A. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Didier. And now, as Didier takes his seat, allow me to call to the podium Karine, who is a Tanzanian innovator and climate advocate. Karine, over to you.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for having us today. I'm using the term us because it is me as the face of Notaka Tanzania, which is a climate eco-hub that is leveraging on emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence and GIS to map out land cover, but also demographic features for climate vulnerable communities in Tanzania. So if you scan that QR code, it will directly take you to our website where you'll get to see more of our work. We are so much grounded on 3 major areas. One is innovation, the other one is learning, and lastly, advocacy. So the broader challenge of climate change, which is our daily reality, is so much rooted in some of key issues, especially in the context of Tanzania. One being food insecurity, but also water scarcity, as well as economic instability due to lack of adequate resources. And this is one of the key areas where we work in, using the data that we collect in the communities that we work in. But we also see the need for effective climate action being hindered by data gaps, as well as biases and also limited access to reliable information, especially for vulnerable but also on the frontline communities when it comes to climate change. We also see local communities and decision makers need to have accurate but also key and timely adaptation data, as well as for resilience building and planning. So we found these as some of the major issues when working around climate as well as migration, because we work in both thematic areas, and we thought then, why not use technology to counter these challenges that communities are facing. So climate impacts take different facets in the communities that we work in. And the impacts are different and they have variable faces. So one of them is driving internal migration, as well as shifting population patterns, especially in Tanzania. So we work in 2 major areas, and here I'm speaking specifically on the pilot project that we have employed. First, we work in the northern western part of Tanzania, being the host communities for refugee camp areas in Kigoma region, but also Dar es Salaam coastal belt, where we are looking at the impacts of climate change on ocean issues and how this directly impacts smallholder women fishers in the area. And specifically in Kigoma, we're looking at environmental challenges in TACT. So here we are seeing things like land degradation, how it impacts food security, as well as socioeconomic opportunities for people that are on the move, but who are also subjected to be on the move. We are also looking to understand and anticipate climate mobility. So Tanzania, as a host country, it is subjected to the pressure of people moving in and having to divide the resources that are currently available among the population that is in the area, as well as the light of climate impact. So we are looking at the impact of drought, which has been prolonged for the past 3 to 4 years in the country, and how this is putting people in a situation to either decide to move or stay. So we want to actually understand the granular issues of these communities. So if they want to stay, how would they be best supported to stay? If they want to move, how would they be best supported to make the decision to move? And we conducted a feasibility study that also showed us a note to expect that a lot of people, especially from the south, would be subjected to move northwards. But then the route that these people would take would be across the central part of Tanzania, which is highly subjected to drought. So these are some of the examples of the issues that we are trying to understand when we are mapping out these challenges. Coming to understanding the data gaps and biases that are in place. So in the context that we work in, data is often fragmented, outdated, or inaccessible to those who need it the most. So most of the time with the work that we're doing, it's an issue of integration. So you have highly vulnerable populations. You also need their experiences to be integrated in somewhat official data systems. And most of the time you find that there is a gap when you want to link in the two. We've also seen biases arise when data collection excludes marginalized voices or local realities. So here specifically in the context of indigenous knowledge. Also, bridging these gaps is essential for equitable and effective climate adaptation solutions. So for effective but also highly efficient outcomes, I think it is very important to have these experiences, to have these human interest stories integrated in the whole data value chain, from collection to cleaning to analysis and implementation of projects, which is what we are looking to fill in the gap for. Also, community-driven data collection is very key because, for instance, with the projects that we are running, we first conduct consultations where we bring in the community that is in question, and they also share their experiences in the front line, as well as be part of the whole climate adaptation planning process. So we work with the local government authorities, we review the adaptation plans that are already in place, we see where the gaps are, we also link it with the data that is collected from our tool, as well as field verification processes, and then we engage them also in the creation of or upgrading of the adaptation plans that they already have. So community processes that are owned and led by the people who are impacted by the effects of climate change is very key in curbing the challenges of data biases that we are facing. But also partnerships with governments, civil society, as well as development stakeholders is key. We have seen this being a very positive thing in the projects that we're doing. So we've started off during our consultations engaging in the International Organization for Migration Country Office in our initiatives, but we've also worked with the East African and Africa Bureau also. We've also engaged the government through the local government authorities as spoken before, and we have seen how it makes it easier to understand because IOM would bring in their data from their DTM metrics, and we see the issues that are in question, but we also integrate the data from the government that has already been in place and collected, and then we integrate it with the data that we have, as well as the experiences of the people on the ground, and this makes it very easier when it comes to representation of the whole data set that we are working on. Also, the use of open data initiative to empower local decision makers and foster collaboration is very key, and this then ties back to ownership, but also access for these vulnerable communities that we work with. So this ties down to the previous slides, just more on the community ownership and leadership of the data. And for us, it does not only end with the data collection process and implementation or analysis, it also goes beyond, because we use the data to advise policymakers, but also inflict climate adaptation projects within these communities that we work in. So it is very key that also the communities that we work in are included in the projects that we are doing. For instance, we have the cluster projects in the Msasani coastal belt, where these women fishers are included in not only capacity building, but also technical issues when it comes to sustainable fishing practices, which is very, very important when it comes to inclusion in the climate adaptation process. We are also using the anticipatory approach, so we thought that these communities are already vulnerable and they are facing this impact as of current, but we also viewed that there are future risks coming, and it is very important that these communities are also helped to be able to adapt to the impacts and also be ready for future shocks. So we are also training our model to be able to anticipate migration trends, as well as help policymakers to understand the flows of the movement of people in the areas that we work in. So if you scan that QR code again, it will take you to our open source GIS portal, where you can get to interact with the data that we work in. It is open source. It integrates drone imagery, remote sensing data, as well as field collected on the ground data. But it is also AI powered. So when we first started collecting the data from the field, we faced resource constraint issues, and that's why we integrated AI to help us collect data faster, but also dealing with a multilingual community. We thought that transcription feature would really help us boost the speed at which we collect this data. So this is also another QR code where you can get to interact with our AI Kobo toolbox that we are using to collect the data in the field. I will give you just 2 more seconds for you to scan and then move on. So this is just, it was supposed to be a video, but it's just a picture of parts of the tool. You'll get to see more of this, I believe, later on when this presentation will be shared again. And this is part of the impacts of the outcomes of the model that we have used in collecting the data. I will also get to share this more later on, and we can speak about it more. So why do we do what we do? We do what we do because we need to not only fill in the bias gap, but also empower these communities to be able to adapt. We also need scalable and replicable solutions across Africa. So we have just piloted the project in Tanzania, but we're looking to expand in other climate mobility hotspots in Africa that are on the increase as time goes on. But also we really need to understand land and ecosystem and restoration practices for host communities and refugee communities, as well as increase in the number of people practicing sustainable agriculture in the farming, but also the fishing sector in the country. So this is just us on the field working with the communities that we work in, which we are very blessed to be working with. And this is how you can reach us. Thank you so much, and I'm looking forward to expounding the discussion.
Thank you so much, Karine. And it's now time for our wonderful moderator, Valentin Rudloff, who is a climate technology specialist at the UN Climate Technology Center and Network, CTC, and where he's coordinating the mitigation portfolio in Africa. Now, prior to the CTCN, he worked at various climate technology startups as a product manager in the area of logistics and transport. Valentin holds a double master's degree in strategic management and entrepreneurship and innovation from business schools in Germany and France. Valentin, the floor is all yours.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to congratulate you on all the really fantastic work that you're doing, really incredible. It's an honor to sit here with you and discuss for the next 20 minutes around the topic of accessibility and scalability challenges of AI, speaking specifically about data. When I listened to you these last couple of minutes, it reminded me of three key takeaways that I had yesterday, and that really channel perfectly to our session. And I would just like to refer to them before getting into the questions. First of all, Latifa Kisampa, co-founder of Kesho AI, also Tanzanian startup, spoke about data as the gold of AI. It's our new currency. We repeated it here also in the session. Honorable Singh Gill, Undersecretary General and Special Envoy on Digital and Emerging Technologies at the UN, said, spoke about the danger of the digital divide. If you don't have gold, it means you are excluded, or if you don't have access to gold, you are excluded, right? And thirdly, David Rolnick from Climate Change AI yesterday spoke about more bees and less elephants. So solutions need to fit the context, and I think this really perfectly ties with the different presentations that you just held. So the format is similar as the other panel discussions. We have 3 questions on collection of data, access to data, and collaboration, about 20 minutes. So I'd like to invite you to keep your answers to about 1 to 2 minutes, and let's jump right in. The first question is the following. Addressing data gaps and biases requires us to move beyond conventional data sets in order to capture the full diversity of local realities. How can data ecosystems be designed to ensure inclusivity whilst maintaining alignment with international quality and interoperability standards? May I start this question with you, Corinne, who just spoke in the last presentation about data collection approach for Notaka.
Thank you so much. Speaking from the perspective of the communities that we work with, we think firstly it's very critical that we have integrated governance structures where all stakeholders are integrated in the data process. So currently we have accredited or credible data organizations whose data would be dispersed and used across different platforms. But we also have local and young organizations such as my own that work directly on the front lines with the people. And when you come under the umbrella of credibility or accreditation, then automatically that throws us out of the league into our data being used in sort of mainstream platforms. So it's very important for our governance structures and our leaders to be able also to consider frontline but also local knowledge and data collection systems as well as organizations. I think it is high time that we have vetting standards that are universal, that allow even young organizations to be part of the bigger consortium, and our data and information to be part of the mainstream system. You are not only bringing in young organizations, you are also bringing in voices from the front lines and voices of the people who firsthand are facing the impacts of climate change from the grassroots.
Thank you very much for that answer. Next, I would like to get to Didier. You spoke about the Smart Africa Data Exchange, which is a really good case for interoperability. So maybe you can speak about that, but also largely about the question.
Thank you very much. Indeed, it's it came from a need of connecting different ecosystems because a lot of data sets are created at national level, whether we talk about education, health, agriculture, or climate. Usually what happens is countries have national legal frameworks which allow them to develop and to create those data, but they usually constrain at the national level. And they miss the continental perspective because of sometimes restrictive data protection frameworks. Well, this can work well for national, at national level, especially for large countries like Nigeria, Ethiopia, Egypt, that has over 100, Nigeria has over 200 million people. But when you look at the size of the continent, which is now 1.4 billion people, and the opportunities which are missed, whether it's a company, a startups that would like to access data across other jurisdictions, it becomes very, very challenging. So the Smart Africa Data Exchange become now a platform which allows such type of access of data. Of course, it's not just chunks of data moving, it's based on what is, of course, allowed also at the national level. Comply also to the national legal frameworks, but it's really enabled new opportunities, economic opportunities for people to exchange data across the continent. So it carries a lot of potential, and we look forward to see a lot of development in that space. But just also to add a bit on the question you asked, I think Africa is a diverse continent. There's a lot of opportunities, different languages, we have different communities, and as much as it's an opportunity, we also see that the reality on the ground has a lot of gaps. So we see it's not also very inclusive. We find rural communities which are not included, different languages which are not included, women, youth, smallholder farmers, and so on. So when you take all this, we realize that the most important work that need to be done first need to be at the policy level, because the policymakers set the vision, set a strategy and an action, because private sector cannot do it alone. Government need to play a leading role to create an environment for that to happen. So, and that's where we also intervene at Smart Africa, supporting government, first of all, to have a clear data strategy that is inclusive. And once the government set the tone, create a framework, then the private sector can come in, then organization like the one of our sister here and the great work she's doing can happen because the government has created a conducive environment.
Thank you. Yeah, we will speak a bit more about partnerships later, so happy to get more into it. Thomas, Karine called for vetting standards, and this is exactly your bread and butter. With standards at ITU, right? You mentioned it, but how can we, avoid that standards actually create exclusion? So how can we still have inclusive, data whilst being aligned with standards?
I think the standards, at the minimum, they help us to have interoperability, and they bring the technical framework where we are able to share data across the globe. Because like AI comes in different tastes, different sizes, right? So if I want to build, let's say, an AI system that is helping farmers in terms of maybe weather forecasting, or maybe just to help them in agricultural production, in some cases you need satellite images. And in most of African countries, we don't have satellites. So where are we going to get the satellite images? So you need to have international frameworks, international collaboration, where you are able to share data freely across different jurisdictions. And then you can have now your local flavors. So if I'm doing a project in Malawi, I need weather information in Malawi. I need satellite images for Malawi, but Malawi doesn't have a satellite. So it means that I need to access, let's say, Sentinel-1 from European Space Agency, download the images, and then augment that or enrich that with the local weather of Malawi. So we need standards, we need regulations that help us to access these data. We can have interoperability, but also it helps us to enrich our AI systems and AI solutions. But also, I would also want to highlight on co-creation, because most of the times we have been talking about capacity building. But also we need to consider co-creation. If you have a problem, maybe someone else is developing a similar solution somewhere else. Can we co-create? Can we learn from them? Can we learn what were the pain points so that we don't repeat the same mistakes? We can help each other co-create and have good systems that are helpful but also that are inclusive. So that's my addition. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you, Thomas. Over to you, Eric, to tie back to the question here. Conventional data, move beyond conventional data sets, capture the full diversity. You had a really good scene-setting presentation earlier. Would you like to add anything to that question?
Yes, I think what I can add to the question, when we are talking about standardization, when we are talking about collection of data, data has a spirit. So data are contextualized in the specific setting. So I'm referring here to localization. So talking about collection of data, so which kind of data are you collecting? So we are talking here about infrastructures, we are talking here about standard, but beyond that, which kind of data? When we are talking on climate mitigation and climate adaptation in indigenous community, so their perception of climate adaptation, climate mitigation is very different to the Western world. So if I'm taking, for example, my village, the days of the week are organized according to the yield. So, and the head, which is a god. So it's just to show that behind the data, behind the word, behind, they are value system. They are value system, they are spiritualities, and before thinking on collecting data, we have also to question what is the meaning of this data in specialized context, so that at the end, if you have an AI model, it reflects also the reality of this environment. So two main keywords are quite important here, participation and co-creation, as he has mentioned. Participation here, community participation, involving people from this specific setting in the interpretation of their data. And co-creation here also require maybe a collaborative space between different actors. In the specific countries of indigenous community, you may need someone from the university which is able to mediate between the Western knowledge and the traditional knowledge, so to give a context of that. So talking about data is important, but the meaning of data, the value system behind the data, the pattern behind the data is one step beyond that we have to consider in order to have AI model which are inclusive.
A very, very interesting take, which, you know, expands a bit more what means conventional data and unconventional data. It is a localization of, you know, the way that we collect data and so on. Okay, moving to the second question, more moving towards, you know, access to data. Reliable climate and socioeconomic data is often inaccessible due to cost, technical barriers, or concentration in the hands of the few. So the question is, what measures can ensure fair, affordable, and sovereign access to data required for AI-driven climate action? And I would like to start this round of question with Didier. You spoke also about the national data governance, for example. Data is there, but just not stored. Maybe this is a good start to kick off this round of question.
Thank you very much. To respond to the question, I think, first of all, that's true. Data is not fairly accessed today. It's not affordable. And it's also concentrated in the hands of a few, right? Today, based on a World Bank report, Africa access to data is still fragmented and costly, with less than 20% of countries having open climate data platform, for example. When you find, for example, data around climate data sets, they are priced. They are quite expensive. And it's beyond the reach of the community. Even government do not have data sovereignty. As much as it's data sometimes even related to the country, for example, satellite information. So there's also a second challenge around, I think my colleague from ITU mentioned that also, connectivity, because some data may be available, but people cannot access it. When you talk about smallholder farmers, for example, they cannot have access to connectivity, proper connectivity, and of course, because of that, also devices, they cannot access also data. So I think it's a multi-dimension. Some action can be done by government together with the private sector, issues, for example, around connectivity. But beyond that, I think some of these, it's important to advocate to open some of this data and to put them, to make them available for everyone, because the value of data increases when it's shared. When it's closed, it reduces the ability to innovate, to bring specific solutions, which are, some of them are national solution in the national context. So we work on that space at the policy level. I mentioned that, to first of all support countries to create clear data policy, and also which also to open up data, so data become available for the benefit of everyone. It also means open APIs, private-public data sharing frameworks, but also pricing model to make them affordable. And last but not least, also the computing infrastructure, because data is one thing, but also computing infrastructure is needed to derive value out of this data and create models that will be accessible for everyone.
Yeah, fantastic. Moving to Thomas, what can ITU do to ensure fair, affordable, and sovereign access?
I think we need to treat data as especially in the climate domain, we need to treat the data as a public good. You know, something that has to be freely shared for the benefit of humanity. Because most of these data sets that are behind the paywall, that are being kept by big corporations, big tech, are public good. They are supposed to benefit humanity. And we need to come up with, I would say, policies and regulations where some of these data sets, especially in the climate domain, should be public good, should be publicly accessed, but also like the solutions that are developed from them should be shared publicly for the benefit of everyone. Because I think it would be better if we can get the best out of these data sets that are being, I would say, kept behind paywalls. And at the same time, I think it would help us to augment, I think my colleague already mentioned about, having indigenous knowledge. So if you have indigenous interpretation of these data sets, of these insights, it could help a lot. And I would say that it will build trust to the communities that we are supposed to serve. So that's my take on that. Thank you.
Please, Eric.
Yeah, I think he mentioned it. So data has to be addressed as public good. So we have throughout the history, particularly in computer sciences, this open movement, starting with the operating system, Macintosh, Windows, Linux, and I think it's a balance in the nature. So with the AI now, we are starting to have open AI model, DeepSeek. So I think that is the way we have to go, at least to bring the international community to think more on open initiative, open data set, and also design regulatory framework which more or less bring the international community to design framework which provide safeguarding for this open access to data. So open initiative, open data sharing mechanism, but also considering data sovereignty. So let's say where the data are coming from. So when you are talking on indigenous people, for example, credit where the data are also coming from are quite important. So to avoid misappropriation of knowledge.
Yeah, wrapping up with you, Karine, this round of question. Maybe you can share something specifically on the ground. You know, what measures based on your experience could be taken for more fair, affordable, and sovereign access.
Yes, I am very quite grounded with what all my colleagues have spoken. I think it's very important to have data as a public good, but also thinking around decentralizing data infrastructures, especially for local communities, for them to be able at sourcing to generate their own data as well as manage it. But also I agree with my colleague on how we share local community data. So for us, we have integrated metadata plugins that explain more about the data sets that we're sharing. So this helps the person that is interacting with the data that we have collected to better understand contextually of what kind of information or situation that we are trying to put across. Yes.
Thank you. Okay, let's do a last quick round for the question that is coming. Closing the data gap cannot be achieved alone. Which forms of collaboration and partnership in positioning data as a shared public good with inclusion and capacity built in can be taken? We spoke a lot about collaboration and partnerships already, so maybe you can, within 1 minute, highlight a bit on that. And could I start with Eric?
I think beside the standard protocol, so I would rather say building entire and cross-disciplinary platform, because AI integrate different. I'm talking more from the academic perspective. It's bringing different disciplines together: computer sciences, social sciences. So if you are talking on indigenous community, you have to integrate social sciences. You have to bring computer scientists together. You have to bring economics. So in terms of partnership, I would rather speak on cross collaboration, so among different disciplines, so to avoid silo. So policymakers have to come with community, they have to come with the private sectors. So at the partnership level, I would rather talk about this interdisciplinarity and transdisciplinarity between different sectors involved in AI. They have to come together to design appropriate solution.
Mm. It ties very much into your university collaboration also that you're setting up that we spoke about. Karine, may I continue with you? Which types of collaborations and partnerships have you established with your work? You spoke a bit about it earlier already.
I would best put it as a term as intergenerational knowledge hubs. So that has really helped us as a young organization to be able to learn and co-create with sort of senior organizations. So we've had the opportunity to work with the United Nations Global Center for Climate Mobility, who have been our guide, but also a mentor in the climate mobility data space. Their Africa Shifts report, which is anticipating a movement of people in Africa, also deriving from different socioeconomic issues and contexts in the region, has been a great inspiration for our own model, as well as tools that we have. We've also been able to contribute or add in data information and sets into regional processes such as the Kampala Migration and Declaration for Environment and Climate Change, as well as the African Union under its Migration Observatory Office on creating the 5 climate data hubs for Africa. So I think intergenerational learning and knowledge sharing is very critical, especially for young organizations and groups, as well as young advocates and individuals, for us to not only learn, but to be able to understand issues as well as carry them on sustainably.
Fantastic. Didier, getting back to the Smart Africa Alliance, private and public sector collaborating, we also spoke about digital public goods and open data. How can we make it work with the private sector that they share their data? How can we collaborate better?
Well, I think the private sector has an important role because they have the infrastructure, they have data, and it's important that they make them accessible. When you look at technology companies today, not only they have data, but they also have the infrastructure. And I would like to echo what my colleague from ITU mentioned. It need to be, this data, especially climate data, need to be treated as public good, so that they can only multiply if it's shared. When it's closed, then the value of data is reduced. So at Smart Africa, we do engage the private sector. We have large tech, the big tech, but also small, medium organizations that are dealing with data. We also have telecom companies who play a very, very important role because they also have the compute. It's not only the data, but also the compute capacity so that it becomes also available. So I would like to reiterate that private sector is a very, very important player. But not only that, of course, government at the policy level, academia with the research, and also organization like it's Notaka, right? Yes, on the ground who can now bring more values closer to the beneficiary. So there's no other way to go. It needs to be a collaboration that brings all these partners together. The last point I'd like to make is let's not look at the national context. Africa as a continent has huge opportunity because of the size. Data will only accelerate and increase the value when we work together using a One Africa approach. Thank you.
Okay, and giving the last word to Thomas.
Yeah, so I think coming from AI for Good, I would say that we need to leverage these inclusive coalitions. So AI for Good being an example, an inclusive coalition, where you have voices from different actors. You have government, you have private sector, you have civil society, all coming together to shape the technical frameworks, the policy, but also the regulation, including governance of AI. So you need these kind of systems that help shape the discussion around different topics, AI, like could be data, how do you share data sets, but also we need to empower local, I would say, communities in terms of ownership of the models, which will be the products of the data. Because once the locals are the custodian of these AI models, AI systems, even the data itself, they understand that there is respect for these traditional knowledges and traditional systems, and it will help to build trust, and also it will help them to share more data and to share more traditions that can shape the development of these models or systems. So, but also I want to highlight, I think it has been mentioned, we still need open science to be able to openly share the data sets, to be openly sharing the models. Thank you.
And with this, we're wrapping up the questions round, and I'm handing back over to the moderator.
Thank you so much, Valentin. I'm sure you saw me standing up. I saw that smile. Thank you very much for being accommodating. Ladies and gentlemen, we've run almost 45 minutes over time because we didn't start on time. So respectfully, we have time for only 2 questions, but we encourage you kindly to intervene with the speakers during the very quick 6-minute coffee break. So can I have your hand up? Okay, I have 2 questions, but if we can squeeze the 2 questions in 3 minutes, question and answer, I might be able to squeeze yours in as well, Gerald.
Yeah, thank you very much. Congratulations for the great panel. I was very much inspired by the
testimony of the Notaka Hub. You know, on this preparation on the road to COP30 in Belém, I've been in touch with many such organizations in other geographies, like in the slums of Rio de Janeiro or in India. So I've seen the emergence of this kind of initiatives, so congratulations for that. At the same time, I've seen that these different initiatives face different challenges. In some cases, it's very difficult to convince the communities to provide the data. In others, it is easier. And in those cases, the data that the community generates is even better, more accurate than the data that the local administration has. So I'd like to seek your specific challenge that you face, whether it's related to the infrastructure in general or the skills of the population. So what exact are your main challenges for, you know, convince the population to really, or make it possible that they generate data for these various challenges related to climate change? Thank you.
Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. I think our biggest challenge, I would like to highlight two of them. First one was obviously community integration, so having to get the community to share with us their information. So we tried to tackle this through our community-owned and led model, so having them from pre-consultation processes, and at first we really tried to explain to them why we were doing this, but also the socioeconomic benefits that would come from this whole process. And for instance, with the projects here in Dar es Salaam, there have been testimonies of increase in the businesses that they're doing, the women fishers, and they've also attracted more people who are supporting them financially from the sessions that we have done with them, but also from the information that we have collected. So they have gotten to see the importance of why we collected data. So that was one of the major challenges at first. We had very many back and forth. I think we went over 5 months to convince them to be part of the process. Also, when it comes to the northern western part of Tanzania, where the refugee camps are, the greatest challenge that we faced was the language barrier. So you have people from different countries and contexts. So it was a bit hard because we collected data, but then we came to realize the data was very not representative of the population on the ground. It was more of Tanzanians or the locals on the ground. So we thought, how could we counter this? Because we really needed a powerful model to train, and therefore that's how we came up with our AI transcription and translation tool, the Kobo Toolbox that you just seen, where we are able to directly translate from the local languages to either English or Swahili, and then later on the tool would sync in the data and do the analysis. So that was one of our major challenges. Lastly, just one more. We're a young organization, and you could see that the technology that we're working with is very complex and expensive. So also investment and financial constraints also is one of the challenges that we're facing.
Thank you very much. So I'll be speaking on behalf of youth, and there's a concern. We have something called AFCFTA, the African Free Continental Trade Area, and my concern is on the part of the collaboration and how we're going to implement all of this that we have been discussing right now. We have seen this merging of a lot of young people being in business, but specifically on climate-related matters, but the challenge we have is on data. Like, most of the information are not relevant, or they don't have data at all. So I wanted to understand from your perspective, how can we collaborate the initiatives that you're having with connection to AFCFTA, and mostly for young people? And this question is going directly to Mr. Didier and Tembo, if it's possible. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the answer for me will be to ensure that the voice of the youth is included, because no one knows better the needs than the youth itself. The type of challenges, the type of opportunities, the type of solutions need to be approached using a bottom-up approach, right? So youth need to be included. The voice of the youth need to be heard in policy making, so that when policy is made by government, they have a very specific inclusion of the concern of the youth, and also what the youth can actually bring into that. Not only at policy level, but also at community level, the solutions which are being developed, which respond also to the youth and women also at large, because when you take women representing over 52% of the population in Africa, the youth 70% of our population, there's nothing that can be done without by ignoring both youth and women. So I think it needs to be by design, not just as an accident when such policies are put in place, but also solution. It needs to be part of the design, not as an afterthought.
Maybe if I can, I think the question was also referring to me. So when you are talking about a continental free trade agreement, it's a policy process, so which require also policy interventions, meaning here, so let's say lobbying and advocacy at the policy level, meaning here the African Union, at institutions like the Smart Africa Alliances. So, but building coalition or initiating structures which can help you to leverage the voice. So when it's come, for example, on youth innovation and entrepreneurship, there are already structures like AfriLab, which is the umbrella association of technology and innovation hub that you can join, and inside advocate that they have a policy arm which can interact with institutions like the African Union or Smart Africa Alliances to integrate this aspect of youth inclusion in the Continental Free Trade Agreement. The African Union itself also have a youth directorate. So how can youth organize themselves into a body which is strong enough to advocate at the policy level for their inclusion in this Continental Free Trade Agreement process? Integrating existing structures like AfriLab, when it's come to innovation and entrepreneurship, or creating new structures. Because when you are talking, for example, at the academic level, when we are talking on data for climate, if someone is doing a master thesis, it's very difficult to access data, weather related. But then how can youth students can come together and make a pressure on med services at African Union level, at least to advocate when it's come to research, when it's come to policy, that they can also access this kind of data. So coalition and trying to intervene at the policy level where you can have the most relevance.
Thank you so much to our speakers. Sorry, did I scare you? I apologize. Thank you so much to our speakers. We've run out of time, but as I said, please do take advantage of the coffee break to ask your questions or make some contributions. But according to our format, we do have a live poll, and our live poll is crucial because it helps us understand if we are indeed on the path and if we are really in the same lane, as some may say. Can I ask my colleagues to please load the live poll for session 5, where we can ask you some crucial questions. Can we kindly have the QR code for the live poll? And please do well to scan the QR code, helps us understand the progress we're making. I will give you 15 seconds for that. And while you're scanning the QR code, just to let you know that we have a coffee break coming up, but we are hugely, painfully behind time. So we humbly ask that we squeeze that coffee break into a respectable 6 minutes, which means kindly go outside, grab your coffee, your tea, your juice, your water, and come right back in kindly. We've got our online presenters already ready for us, so to respect their time, and if they can hear us, we sincerely apologize for the delay. Please scan the QR code and we can go to question number 1 for the live poll for session 5. How relevant was the content of this session for your work? Do you find it fully relevant, mostly relevant, somewhat relevant, or not relevant? I'm so happy we've not had one single not relevant. We have fully relevant in the majority. That is fantastic and great to know. Moving on to question number 2, and of course I hope our online participants are taking note, they're including themselves in this. What is your key takeaway from the session? Kindly just punch in your thoughts, your key takeaways. We would like to see what you are individually or collectively thinking at this time, what your key takeaway is. Some of you are saying we need collaboration. Others are saying local data is key. Some of you are saying souveraineté des données. Absolutely. Data divide sovereignty. Okay. Open data initiative. Data is key. Data is a public good. Data bias. Data gaps. Togetherness, indeed. Inclusion, participation, localization. All right. As they continue to come in, we move into our next question. Oh, I think we only have 2 questions for this live poll. How efficient. And so, ladies and gentlemen, 6 minutes for the coffee break. Please do not be late. I will mention your name if you are late, but grab a coffee, grab a tea, grab a juice, whatever you like, and please do well to come back here for session number 6. Valentine, your speakers, we thank you. Can we have the photographer grab them a photo, please? An announcement to make for lunch coupons. This would be fantastic time, please.
So, as you know, you got a lunch report. If by any chance you have misplaced it, please come and see me, and I will help you so you can be found and take a stay.
Would you like the microphone?
I think you all heard it. If you have misplaced your lunch coupon that you got yesterday, please come and see me, and we will arrange so you can have lunch later on.
Ladies and gentlemen, the announcement was if you have misplaced your lunch coupon, it shall be replaced for you at no cost. All you have to do is see Ola at no cost. See Ola and he will be more than happy to replace it, pardon me. Please do that. 5 minutes left for coffee break. 5 minutes left for coffee break.
Hello. Can someone technical give us sharing rights? You confirm you can see my slides.
Hello, Sarah? Sarah, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, we can see the presentation.
Good, thank you.
Welcome.
And I'm getting an echo from Sarah.
I can hear myself.
Ladies and gentlemen, our program is now about to start. Our next session, session 6, is about to start. Please do well to bring in your coffee, your snacks, your water, your juice into the conference room. Oh, we have some very good students. You are indeed the teacher's pet for bringing, oh, and you too. Well, okay, and you too. But you didn't go out, you're only drinking water. You all get prizes for being very attentive. Thank you so much. In a few minutes, we will start. Hopefully, our colleagues will come right in. Our esteemed speakers are already online. Thank you so much. If you can hear us, esteemed speakers who have joined us online, thank you so much. We apologize for the delay. We'll bring in our delegates back into the auditorium, and we will begin session 6 shortly. Powering AI for climate action, the infrastructure imperative. Ladies and gentlemen, this session will begin with a scene setter. Of course, we have our esteemed specialists, our esteemed speakers who are joining us, 2 of them virtual. Our first speaker is Sarah Ballin. Now, Sarah leads the Green Digital Business Line in the World Bank, Digital Transformation Vice Presidency. She helps countries expand digital access through resource-efficient digital investments, as well as effective use of digital technologies for green use cases. Our second speaker, also joining us virtually, is Bill Wright, who is a chair and founder of the Enterprise Neurosystem. Bill started the Enterprise Neurosystem as an open-source AI research community and works with developing nations on AI enablement and the creation of national-scale AI early warning and adaptation mitigation recommendation systems. He has worked in the Silicon Valley for the past 30 years and is a veteran of firms like Red Hat, VMware, Affirmed Networks, and Hitachi Data Systems. Our third contributor who is here live with us in Dar es Salaam is Alinafi Kaliwo, who is the CEO of Mecro Limited, a Malawian agri-tech company advancing AI-powered and data-driven solutions for smallholder farmers. Through a partnership with the Virtual Irrigation Academy, Mecro locally deploys the Chameleon tools across Malawi and is developing the Munda platform, an integrated IoT, AI, and cloud-based system that empowers farmers to make informed decisions about irrigation and soil management. Our moderator for this session is Raymond Imwobeki, founder of Greenurum, an online social platform dedicated to advancing environmental dialogue and collaboration. Raymond has actively engaged with global climate bodies such as the UNFCCC and GCF and brings a wealth of experience from his work supporting sustainable initiatives across Africa. May I kindly have Alinefi and Raymond joining me up on the stage while we prepare to hear from Sarah. Sarah, you are live and direct. Bill, we also see you. So the floor goes to you first. Sarah.
Great. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm just going to unmute because I have a queue. I hope you can hear me clearly. My name is Sarah Balan, and I used to work in Tanzania. Do you have an echo on your side? Sorry. See if I can. Are we good?
Sarah, if you can hear us, give us just 1 minute. We are regaining momentum here in Dar. Just give us 1 minute and we'll give you the thumbs up when we are up and ready to go. And also a quick announcement to our wonderful delegates. Please use headsets. It helps to clarify the audio from our online presenter. So please feel free to use headsets. Tune into the English channel. It helps with the sound. All right. So Sarah, we can see you, we can hear you loud and clear, and I believe we are ready for you. The floor is yours.
Great. My name is Sarah Balan, and it's a great pleasure to be here today. I used to work in Tanzania with digital investments, and I really wish I could be there in person. It's one of my favorite places. So you already introduced me well, but I work in the World Bank, and I co-lead the green. I have the echo, so I just have to see if I can do something. Maybe I'll just take my. So we do two things. We invest in digital infrastructure together with countries, and my role is to do this in a sustainable possible. I also work with countries to leverage digital technologies for green use cases. And today I've been asked to speak about the digital investment side. I work in the digital vertical of the World Bank. And when we get up in the morning, our aim is to help close the digital divide. We do this for many reasons, but most importantly, because we believe digital technologies, including AI, can have important development gains. For example, help manage extreme. As you can see on this map, unfortunately, some of the countries that have least access to digital tools are also the ones that are worst hit of weather events. Similarly, AI preparedness varies across countries, with many countries lacking most of the fundamental building blocks to develop AI. And AI preparedness, as you've also seen in many of the previous presentations, is a combination of many things. In the World Bank, we invest broadly across the digital ecosystem. We need the hard investment, digital foundation, data infrastructure, broadband connectivity, but we also need the soft investments, digital enablers, digital skills, AI enablers such as local language models, safeguards such as protection, and also elements such as ID system, payment exchange. All of this are key requisites to make AI useful. Today I'll speak mostly about the bottom part of the house. Let's look at the digital foundations. If I showed you a map of telecom infrastructure, it would look more like a spider web across the globe. This is not the case for data infrastructure. As you can see here, compute power and data centers are highly concentrated in a few countries. This is not only an investment problem. I have visited data centers in Africa that are underutilized. What we need are investment across the digital ecosystem to generate local demand for data infrastructure that can also power AI solutions. But we do also need investments in data infrastructure locally in country, because we believe that AI should not only be developed in a few countries globally that have access to this kind of infrastructure. We also need solutions where compute demand can be aggregated and compute solutions that can be offered to many types of users. And in the bank, we're working together with client government to invest in these kind of solutions. My private sector colleagues in the IFC and in MIGA, they work on private sector capital and guarantees. So we work both across the public and the private sector. I'm sharing examples with you here. And there are many pathways that can lead to AI readiness, both in terms of adopting AI, but also in terms of developing AI. And of course, the requirements are quite different in terms of infrastructure, depending on kind of where you're going. I'm sharing examples from different regions. I have from Moldova, Romania, from Africa, from Brazil, and from Latin America. And as you can see, examples, some of it is cloud-based, some of it is local data centers, different use cases, some of it is having cross-border data flows. So there's many different pathways, and often people equate having AI readiness with having their own data centers or data capabilities. We see many different pathways, different use cases, and different. What is important here is that we're not only investing in data infrastructure, we also need to work hand in hand with my energy colleague. Because if we don't have energy to power data infrastructure, we're just going to have some very fancy buildings with a lot of server racks that are not ready. So we're increasingly working hand in hand with energy to make sure that countries that do these big investments are also working with the ministries of energy. Because as AI keep on being accelerated, the energy requirements are also becoming much more intense. And oftentimes when countries have ambitious AI policies, they're not working together with the energy policy. We also see how can we in these AI strategies also include dimensions of how we actually make it work in practice. So we're working with countries to include these kind of considerations. And this is not only an issue in terms of kind of the footprint of AI, it's also really to enhance inclusion in AI. As you've also discussed in some of the previous sessions, AI uses as much energy as countries. So it's really a growing problem. So in our investment in the bank, we're really also looking at how can we make these investments as sustainable as possible. This from a GHG perspective, but also really to be able to power the tools we need. But an important point, and something you've also been discussing, is that there's AI for different kinds of infrastructure. And we don't want to sit around and wait for everyone to have the infrastructure to power the most advanced AI solution. We want AI to create value now with the infrastructure that countries already have. I'm showing you an example that I'm working on at the moment. Here we are using small-scale AI solutions that can be run on everyday devices. Very practically, this is an example from West Africa. It's a country, I'm not saying the name because this is work in progress, but I wanted to share it anyway. This country has very, very impressive climate risk data collected by the communities. The problem here is that all this data is stored on PDF, so it's not very useful. By using small AI models, we're able to extract together with the country this information, and this is used by the government to inform climate investment. It's also used to compare the data with global data sets and also to link into the NDC systems. And this is using very simple infrastructure in countries. So while we do have to invest in infrastructure in countries, we also really have to use what is there already, and there's lots of opportunities. There's a lot of discussion of data centers and compute power, but to make AI solutions work in countries, there's also, as I mentioned, the need to invest in other parts of infrastructure value chain. And connectivity is very important here. If we have a nice AI solution, for example, an early warning alert, it has to be able to reach people. So people have to have access. Here I'm showing you a map of hurricane tracks in a country. It's overlaid with different generations of connectivity. So we have 2G, 3G, 4G, and 5G. And you can see how across this country, connectivity varies. So in some parts of this country, if you have an early warning message, it might not be possible for people to get it. If it's a fancy smartphone, you need to get it through. In this country, the early warning message and the whole kind of system around it is generated by AI. And that's enhanced the solution tremendously. The problem is it can't reach the people through an advanced device. Here, though, we've been able to combine the fancy AI solution with WhatsApp-based early warning systems in the areas where they only have 2G. So again, it's a matter of looking at where can AI create value and combine it with the infrastructure that is available. These were a few examples of our investments and how we're working with both small-scale and large-scale AI. Finally, a few resources if you're interested in learning more. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sarah. A round of applause for Sarah's intervention and her scene-setting presentation. Bill, the floor is now yours to take over.
Oh, thank you so much. Can you hear me all right?
We can hear you.
Excellent. And again, I want to thank you so much for having me here today. And my name is Bill Wright. I am the chair of the Enterprise Neurosystem and the founder. And I only have a few minutes, so I'll go through this rather quickly. But I'll talk about the foundation of the organization, which really happened back on September 9th in 2020. And my son was sent home from school because of the wildfires around the San Francisco Bay Area. And there were probably 22 different fires that were taking place. And this is literally a photograph from that day. It basically turned the entire skyscape completely deep red. It was extremely dramatic and very, very evident to everybody, especially here in Silicon Valley. This was a really serious, pressing problem. And so we decided to take some action. reached out to my network of friends, and we decided to basically volunteer and offer our services to the UNFCCC and to developing nations to basically help create what we thought was needed. And so it's roughly 180 volunteers. We come from a variety of different companies like AWS, IBM Research, Red Hat, go down the list. We come from all the major Silicon Valley firms, but again, we're all volunteers that just happen to work in the private sector. And really, our services are free of charge to the nations that we service. And we're really here as an active service, that's the idea. And what we felt was missing, and this is what we determined, was really almost like a global telecommunications network for all the different sensors, projects, satellites to plug into as one single unified backbone. This could be applied to countries, this could be applied, in many different ways, from a country scale kind of solution all the way up to a global scale solution. And so really the idea is to integrate all these existing sensor networks and then enable access for developing nations and enable that parity to all the state-of-the-art AI analysis capabilities from an early warning perspective. So it really creates almost that internet of nature, you could say, where everybody can plug in their real-time sensor information and then on the back end apply AI analysis. And again, these are all the different companies that our volunteers come from and academic institutions. We have folks from Stanford University, the Stanford Accelerator, from UC Berkeley and their data sciences area. And again, volunteers. These are all people just donating their time to basically come up with these solutions. So the architecture is quite interesting. What we realize is that ground-based sensors are largely missing. So we've been taking a look at different areas that could act as intersections in climate indicators. For example, honeybee hives, mycorrhizal fungi networks underneath the forest floors, mussel farms, which are largely in the mouths of tributaries that are near human settlements, and so they catch a lot of the pollution data that comes through them. And then different kinds of species recognition sensors that will go in forests all over the world, basically. And what is interesting about this is the pattern analysis that would take place on a 24/7 basis would compare behavior of different insects and animals with the signals they give off. So eventually, over time, there could be what could be really a Rosetta Stone for animal communications. And then there are also all the different satellite networks that are already in place. We would then unify all of these, at least as best we could, from security considerations, et cetera. But every major country has a satellite network or multiple satellite networks, and there must be a way to unify all of these from a data perspective to give us a preponderance of data that would really help us with the ground data and create a data fusion paradigm that would enable a real-time analysis of the climate crisis and what's happening. And again, it would be the AI and network backbone that would enable this. It would unify all these different sensors around the world, allow both small scale and edge scale AI analysis, and then ferrying the data back into larger scale AI repositories that could then do deeper analyses across all these different patterns to really not only get to the causes and conditions of our climate crisis, but also get to potential solutions. And I think, as everybody's aware, the more accurate data you get at a larger scale, the better the results can be from an AI perspective. So again, over time, we'll come up with different forms of centers where you could basically access 1,000 different tiles of data for a specific region or a county or a city, et cetera, and then widen it out to an entire country. And you'd have really a neural network for the country to tell you that basically the health of that nation and what is taking place with all the different species, all the different resources, et cetera. It is possible to build this today, and this is what we plan to do. So our strategic direction was really to engage the UNFCCC with policy and project engagement, but also work on building the sensor networks that might be missing, and that's a lot of the ground-based networks. The satellite networks are already largely in place, but there are other areas of research where we're applying our energies to basically build that out. And then over time, between the policy and the sensor designs and everything that we implement in the field, that global AI infrastructure will come about. So what we've been doing from the policy perspective is working closely with the tech and with the CTCN. supporting them with all of their different initiatives and coming up with new initiatives, for example, some of the AI grand challenges, and then also taking a look at how we can basically help developing nations in a one-off way as well. We've been working also with the United States government, the UAE government, and things like their AI competitions and supporting them with different initiatives. With the UNFCCC, we worked on the AI Innovation Grand Challenge closely with the tech and basically got that off the ground and saw it to a successful conclusion. And then also the Early Warnings for All initiative, we are participants in that as well and looking to help them any way we can to basically instantiate this kind of global broad-based network. And so in terms of the national development projects we're working on, in California, we've engaged with Caltech and JPL, and you'll see the photograph there of the two gentlemen. On the right is Ravi Sinha, who is a VP of research at Reliance Geo. He's one of the members of our community. On the left is Dave Schimmel, who is the gentleman who was a lead author on the climate paper that won the Nobel Peace Prize back in 2007 with Al Gore. We've been working with the Caltech team to basically put this together as a proof of concept on the California coast, and we have weekly project meetings in that direction right now. And then the nation of Uganda was very kind and very gracious and invited us to come to their country, and that was after a talk that we had at COP29. And we got engaged with the STIOP through the Office of the President, and they gave us a tour of the country and showed us all the different economic engines that are currently being built. And what was fascinating is they then took us to the Bwindi Impenetrable Forest. And this is where we're going to do our first project in Uganda from a nationwide networking perspective. We're going to go ahead and put monitors into the jungles there to take a look at all the different species, not just the gorillas, but also the chimpanzees, the elephants, etc. Map all of them to the health of all the plants, the flora. I mean, taking a look at everything that's in that ecosystem and measuring it in real time on an ongoing basis. And then once we've set up that part of the network, we'll then go to Lake Victoria and start setting it up there. And we actually flew over Lake Victoria coming back from Bwindi and had a chance to look at the coastline and some of the algae blooms, etc. And this will be another area of measurement as well. And we'll also incorporate all the different measurement that currently exists there as well. This is really an integration and a backbone exercise. And then we also worked with Uganda closely with their Crane National AI Model Team, and we donated an architecture that one of the Enterprise Neurosystems AI developers had come up with, which was really an atomic language model. And this is 50 kilobytes in size. It can fit on a Raspberry Pi or a 2G phone, a very small footprint in terms of how tiny it can be, but it's basically built from the ground up with the Ugandan development team on the Crane team, and it's basically designed around Bantu languages. And so what's fascinating is this is really a co-development. We're working with our colleagues in Uganda to build these new AI frameworks. And this is a largely mathematical atomic language model. It's interesting because it's a very different construct in many ways. And so we're not only pushing the edges of AI research with Uganda, we're also looking to do things in a very small and ecologically sound manner so we can put these at the edge of the network. We also came up with a natural language interaction protocol, which is now being adopted as a global standard. What's exciting about that is we worked with the European Computer Manufacturers Association for AI to AI communications. It was clear that AI models were going to be talking with each other over time, and so the idea was to create a very secure methodology and a framework where they would communicate in a trusted manner, both across borders and inside of borders. And again, this is about creating that network effect. When we get Bwindi set up, we'll then go to Lake Victoria, we'll then go to other regions, and then in time network all of those together in a real-time representation of the entire country's health and well-being. And that's the idea. And then over time, if you can do it country by country by country, you get a very broad-based view of what's happening around the world, and you get into the global view of why we're experiencing climate change. And we believe there are many, many different reasons why this is happening. And then now we've had a project in Tanzania that we're looking to get started, and that's a very, very interesting project with Tanzania's COSTECH. That's going to be with Dr. Actually Gerald Kafuku, who's most likely in the audience right now, and who you probably heard earlier in the sessions. And what's exciting about this is this will also be an early warning system for different irrigation areas and for the farmers of Tanzania. And this would incorporate satellite data along with ground sensor data and Doppler radar over different tributaries to understand what's happening from a flood and drought perspective and to give early warning capability to the nation of Tanzania and to be able to message that out to their farming communities. So thank you so much. That concludes my portion, and I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you so much, Bill. Thank you very much. That was exceptional, and I know that you're going to be hanging around with us just before or just after our last intervention, and then of course I'll hand over to the moderator, Raymond, who will take you into the panel discussion. But for now, the CEO of Macro is here. Please, ladies and gentlemen, welcome Alinafe Kaliwo.
All right. Good morning, distinguished delegates and colleagues. I am Alinafe Kaliwo, the founder and CEO of Macro, an agri-tech company based in Malawi with some activities in South Africa and Eswatini. So it's an honor for me to stand before you this morning to share some of the work that we are doing, and also how infrastructure enables AI work in the context of smallholder farmers that we work with, who are the front line of climate change. Let me introduce you to Eneles, a smallholder farmer from the southern Malawi. For her, climate change is not just a policy. It's not just a policy discussion, but it is a daily struggle that leads to either feeding our family or not. Across Africa, these stories are everywhere. About 80% of farmland is managed by smallholder farmers. 33 million smallholder farms are owned by smallholder farmers. And of course, 60% of irrigation water is wasted. And yet, on a continent that over 400 million people do not have basic water. These are not just statistics, but they are realities of Africa. And these are things that AI promises to, solve on the continent. Now, imagine if Eneles could use some AI-powered insights to advise her when to irrigate based on soil data and when the rainfall is expected to fall, and possibly also how to use the scarce resource, which in this case are fertilizers. For her, AI could transform the way she does her farming, and of course, in the end, improve the productivity, her productivity. But there are things that are happening, and obviously, there is a broken bridge between reality and what she hopes as a future for our production in agriculture. And mainly, as a colleague in the very same panel was showing us, there are no reliable internet connections in Africa. Internet connections are very scarce in Africa. There are some areas that are not even covered by internet. Of course, some of the technologies that we have also is imported and not affordable for the smallholder farmers. We also have issues to do with power. power supply, electricity power supply. It's a very big issue in Africa. But again, we also have the issue of data sets, and this has been well covered, I think, as different collaborators on the platform were sharing the same. But what needs to change for us to bring the reality of AI closer to the promise that AI offers to the smallholder farmers? It's all about data systems. Open, localized, accessible to feed AI with relevant insights. It's also an issue of power, but of course low cost sensors. We need to have sensors that are low cost, that are accessible and affordable for the smallholder farmers. And then the issue of power. We need to have green energy supply to the smallholder farmers. And there are a number of ways we can do this, but the one that comes so eminently is the use of solar power or solar energy. We also need connectivity, and obviously affordable internet needs to be a goal if we are to achieve the promise of AI to smallholder farmers. And we also need long-range networks, long-range networks that come out of LoLa for field connection and connectivity. Our work started with Chameleon tools in partnership with the Virtual Irrigation Academy. These tools are simple to use, affordable sensors that farmers can just put in their fields and get insights by just tapping on a card, like a bank card, and get a color. Out of that color you see green when the soil is moderate, soil moisture is moderate. You see blue when the soil moisture is, or the soil is wet, or is so much. But you see red when the soil moisture is not there and the soil is dry. And obviously leading the farmer to make a decision of whether they should irrigate or not. When these tools were deployed in Malawi and surrounding countries, Tanzania being one of them, they improved the use of the use of irrigation to water efficiency to about 70%, the use of time by 70% also, and it improved the farmers' yields by over 65%. So this is a tool as simple as this would be a game changer to crop husbandry or practices by the smallholder farmers. So let's now look at another work that we are doing. This is work in progress. We are developing a Munda platform, an integrated digital infrastructure that is enabled with AI to help smallholder farmers make decisions. Munda platform is powered by solar-powered gateways. We call them hubs. We call them the Munda Hub. And that Munda Hub is connected to another cloud platform called the Munda Cloud. And that Munda Cloud is connected to some decision engines. And those engines are the ones that make decisions for the smallholder farmers. And this platform is aimed at, bringing closer to decisions to the farmer by employing a mobile phone. With this mobile phone, the farmer can get an insight of whether they should irrigate their crops or not, but also other practices to do with their husbandry. With notification alerts, they can be alerted on what they need to do in real time, making sure that they're able to produce as efficiently. But now, let's now imagine endless. Sorry, because of the clicker. It's a bit slow. Okay. So let's imagine Endless with just a phone, and with just a mere small phone, a keypad phone, that she can get alerts from systems that are powered by AI, telling her what to do at what time. This information can come like, irrigate tomorrow, or probably rain is expected in 2 days, don't irrigate your crops because of the moisture that is in there. Or probably soil nitrogen levels are getting low, please apply fertilizer, and then recommends the type of fertilizer that she should, apply in the field. That can be a game changer, and that's the knowledge that we want or we need for our smallholder farmers to have, if we are to get the most out of AI. Now, we have that as aspirations, but how can you get to there? So scaling Africa's climate change infrastructure is the way to go. Africa needs to invest in mobile connectivity if we are to get the connectivity that we want for AI to work for smallholder farmers. We need solar power. We definitely need solar power as of yesterday. We also need local innovation. I was listening to all the panelists talking about contextualizing technology. We need to contextualize our technologies to the rural livelihoods or smallholder farmers. Click. Next. So we are building the infrastructure that AI should travel on. We are talking about data systems, connectivity, green energy, and of course low-cost sensors. And this is actually what is going to bring the realities or the promise of AI to the realities of the smallholder farmers. AI has the power to transform lives, but only if we build these roads, then we are going to realize the reality. Data systems, connectivity, low-cost sensors are the way to go for us to empower smallholder farmers, for us to restore the hope of farmers like Endless. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ali Nefe. So, ladies and gentlemen, now we have it Sarah Ballon, Senior Digital Development Specialist, World Bank, Bill Wright, Chair, Enterprise Neurosystem, and Ali Nefe Kaliwo, CEO, Mecro, have set the scene. I will now yield the microphone and the stage to my colleague here, Raymond Mobeki, founder, Green Norum, who will now take over for the next 20 minutes for the panel discussion. So, Raymond, over to you.
Thank you very much. So unfortunately, we're a little bit time conscious, so we just have 20 minutes, and I'll go ahead straight to the questions. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge that it seems like we have most of our panelists and presenters seem to have very good experience when it comes to integrating AI in local communities. So I really hope this is going to be a very good discussion. So my first question is, AI has enormous potential for both climate change mitigation and adaptation, but its effectiveness depends on robust digital data and energy infrastructure. From your perspectives, which infrastructure investments should developing countries prioritize to unlock AI's potential for climate action? Can I please start with Mr. Bill Wright? If you can please start answering this question. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. Excuse me. And I think it actually is, I think the use case we have in Uganda actually speaks well to what really needs to take place. And I have to commend the nation of Uganda for their leadership and for what they've done in that regard. They have an enormous amount of renewable energy and hydroelectric power, et cetera. So the foundation is coming from largely, I think, roughly 90% renewable energy in terms of the infrastructure that we'll be building. Beyond that, then, we're also looking at things like that'll be, I guess, the least amount of energy consumption from an impact perspective. And that goes to the atomic language model, which we mentioned earlier. That's a very, very small format AI model that really consumes very little power. It can run on a very small standard processor. And so the idea is not to, really throw GPUs and energy consumption at the problem. It's to really make it very streamlined and very efficient from that perspective. And having worked in the data center industry for, the bulk of my career, I can tell you I've been in those big data centers and walked through those server racks, and it is just enormous. I mean, you're talking football, soccer fields, just full of servers. And the energy consumption is just massive with a lot of those cloud providers. So the idea is really to start from the ground up, build that foundation on renewables as much as possible, look at the entire supply chain, and to understand basically how you can optimize that for the most efficiency from an energy consumption perspective, but also from an environmental impact perspective. And using solar instead of using batteries wherever you can. There are all these different things that you have to take a look at. So anyway, I think that's a general answer to the question, and I can go into more detail if you'd like.
All right, thank you very much, Bill. Over to you, Alinafe. Same question, please.
Yeah, I completely agree with what Bill was just saying now, and I think we all know that data systems are the ones that we need to focus on. And from the discussions that have been here, open data systems, contextualized data systems, these are the ones that will bring about the reality of AI in the local context. So I think we need to push from policy to implementation on this, because a lot has been said and time is going. The impact of climate change is not waiting for us to keep on having earth systems in place for us to implement. We can start with the implementation of some of these policies of how we can get data that is shared, that is open, that is contextualized. That's very key. But I can also add on the issue of affordable connectivity. Internet is still expensive in Africa, in many African countries. I think it's an issue now of how can we enable Africa or African communities to access internet at an affordable price as possible, because that's what actually will end up to be the cost that the smallholder farmer is going to pay for them to access the services. So obviously these two are also very, very important.
Thank you very much, Alinafe. Now, can I please welcome Sarah to answer the same question? Thank you.
Sure, thank you. So I'm not going to disagree. We're the largest financer of digital infrastructure, I believe, in low-income and middle-income countries. So we think that's super important. It's a foundation, and we need to invest in these digital foundations. We invest in connectivity, we invest in data infrastructure, but I think it's very important also to say that if we don't invest in other parts of the digital ecosystem, it's not going to be of much use. As I mentioned, energy is a big thing, and having more coordinated investments between digital investments and energy investments is important. And the digital sectors and the energy sectors are very different dynamics, timelines, and so forth. So bridging the crazy speed of AI at the moment, kind of the rocket, with the tank ship of the energy sector that has much looks at 10 years, 20 years, that's a huge problem and a challenge at the moment. So we need to make those linkages better across sectors. We also need to invest in the cybersecurity, in the data protection, in the ID systems. That means you can use the AI solutions. So there's this in the digital skills. So I really do agree in the foundation side, but we also need the rest of the picture, which is a boring answer when you're asked to just choose one investment. But I will say all of the above.
All right, thank you very much, Sarah. I'd like to move to the next question, which involves more of collaboration. So we all know that no single actor can deliver the infrastructure needed for AI and climate action alone. What role do you guys think or envisaged for governments, international organizations, local innovators, and civil society in establishing the partnerships required to create sustainable AI ecosystems for climate action. I'd like to welcome Sarah to start with us. Thank you. Sorry, we can't hear you, Sarah.
So I'll give you an example. I've been working, and the example is very tied to the previous presenter. I've been working in the agriculture space with AI solutions targeted also climate applications in Kenya for a while. And Kenya has been working in this space for a number of years. And one thing they wanted to do from the public sector side, which is where kind of my entry point is, they wanted to make, they had a lot of data, they wanted to make it available for local innovators to use that data to come up with solutions like the one we heard from Macro before. So they wanted to kind of put it out there. The problem was that the data was in tons of different data silos across different agencies. And it took a year and a half to curate the data that was there in a useful way that could make it available for innovators. So that was a huge effort and a decision to work across entities to make the data and bridge the data and put it out for innovators. We had a soil challenge in June where different academics, local innovators, lots of different stakeholders were able to use that data and come up with a number of solutions. And that was very powerful and created some very innovative solutions. Beyond just creating those solutions, there was also a need not just to have a one-off event, but to tap into the ecosystem that could help scale those solutions. So really kind of across stakeholders, a need for so many different people to work together to make these ecosystems work. We in the bank had one piece of it. We also invest in data centers, connectivity, and all the other stuff that could then be the foundation for these kind of solutions, right? So that's one role. My colleagues in the agriculture sector and the government and all the innovators who came together. So really, we all need to come together, but we need to bridge in a better way. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Please, Elinafe, if you may answer the question. Thank you.
Yes, so yeah, building sustainable AI ecosystems is a shared responsibility, as you have already put it in the question, the build-up of the question. So government must create policies that are enabling enough for the innovators to innovate, but also for injection of some, opportunities in funding, because all this needs a lot of resources and a lot of logistics, which without funding you can just dream about, you can just dream about it, but you cannot implement probably what you dream of. International organizations are the ones that provide probably, they have the muscle for funding. So there should be some collaborative approach in how this funding gets to where it matters most. We know we will not have, inadequate funding or always have resources. But these few resources that we have should be directed to the key areas as we look at our communities. For the local innovators, I think it's an issue of, translating what the communities are facing and then translating those into actionable and workable projects or technologies. Of course, we need a lot of, funding from funding and support from organizations and countries, but this is the starting point. Should be the startups themselves. Should be us. to look at the challenges as opportunities, not to look at all these bottlenecks that we have as infrastructure and all these other things. We need to build the infrastructure together. That is why at Macro, we took it upon ourselves. The Chameleon Tools was done with funding from the Australian government, and it's an Australian technology. But we said we can take this into a local setup and start producing these tools. We started producing Chameleon Tools locally in Malawi, and now we're expanding to different countries like Zambia and having our tools exported. So looking at the landscape itself, it should enable us to get to a level of innovating even when there are less resources. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Alinafe, and for the example. And now I'd like to pass to Bill Wright for the question, to answer the question. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. And it's difficult to follow up on both those answers. They were both superb. I think when I think about the example of what, again, going back to Uganda, who we're working closely with at the moment, they've got a deep tech center of excellence that they instantiated over the last year. And inside that center of excellence, they've got resources available to different university students and to startups. But also what they want to do is get into the manufacturing business. And so they've got 3D printing machines. I mean, they're really beginning to build an economic engine there. It's like witnessing the dawn of South Korea, 30 years ago, 40 years ago. It feels that way there. And what's intriguing is we're looking to do these sensor networks in different countries. Not only do we want Uganda to participate as a network member, but they also want to be one of the suppliers of those sensors to the rest of the world. And we would then take those sensors out to different nations, including the West. And so the idea is to build this kind of economic network in addition to a data network, and really kind of build it up from the ground up with that in mind. But a lot of it comes down to the willingness of the governments to really enable those policies and to do that kind of support for their own populace, where it really, I guess you could say, turbocharges that kind of innovation. And so I'm seeing that all over Africa right now. It's so exciting. I mean, when I go to RUFORM and some of these other organizations and I see what's coming out of there, you could literally camp out at universities and there is so much innovation taking place right now. And as somebody in the West, I was absolutely blown away when I spent time walking around the university systems in Africa and getting a sense of the kind of dynamics that are in play. There really is an intellectual engine there and an economic engine that's waiting to be initiated, and that is being initiated as we speak. I just don't think the rest of the world is really paying attention the way they need to. And so I think we have to start building really direct partnerships across borders, across oceans, and start to work together in this regard. I think this is the only path forward.
Thank you very much, Bill. And I think the most important is for governments to enable environment where innovations are possible, and partnerships being the key takeaways. Now over to my next question. So over the past several years, the landscape of digital infrastructure in developing countries has evolved significantly. How has your approach to developing or supporting infrastructure for AI for climate action changed in response to these shifts, and what insights have you gained? I'd like to first start from Sarah, from the financing side of it. Sarah, please.
Thank you. So I think we've been part of the shift together with countries, because digital infrastructure has just gained importance and governments have realized that. And kind of the whole digital transformation has become much more of a foundation for how governments also see their development pathways. We're driven by the priorities of the governments. They are our clients, they are the ones who invest. So we've seen that shift and we're supporting that shift. So that's number one, is just increasing investments guided by the governments we work with. What we're seeing specifically, I think, and which is an important shift we've tried to make, is that a lot of different parts of government want to use AI, want to leverage AI. And there's been a lot of siloed infrastructure investments, having each servers in different ministries, having data, kind of the whole kind of how you do it has been very siloed. And it's not very efficient because people in agriculture specialists, but they're not necessarily specialists in servers. So trying to have better cross-government infrastructure that can have interoperable solutions, that can power these different kind of applications across sectors, that's something we try to think about in a more holistic way in terms of infrastructure investments. So that's also one shift that we're trying to help countries do. The third thing, I think, is not so much a shift in infrastructure, but more in AI. And I mean, the advances in AI in terms of how powerful AI can be on much less infrastructure with smaller AI models and so forth, that's really created a shift where we now can focus on edge infrastructure and do things we couldn't do just a few years ago because we needed a huge data center in country to be able to do it. Now we can support AI solutions with totally different types of smaller scale infrastructure. So that's also a shift that is happening at the moment that is quite important, and I think really can unlock a lot of the potential.
Thank you very much, Sarah. I see we went back to our bees and elephant example that was used earlier yesterday. Now over to you, Bill, on this question. Thank you.
I think to kind of build on what Sarah said, she brought up a very good point, how things are shifting at the edge of the network and how a lot of pre-processing can be conducted there. That again was the reason for our whole push to use much smaller models and much more energy efficient models to accomplish that. But also, a lot of it is about keeping the infrastructure and the output, the data, within the borders of the country and then optimizing on those resources. When we went to Uganda, it became clear that they did not want to use the traditional cloud providers in the West. They would like to use their own resources. And so we looked for startups like AfriCloud that were looking to build those backbone cloud data centers within Uganda and basically utilize as much as we could within the borders of Uganda to build that out. And I think by doing that and by doing the kind of AI development that needs to take place, and building the models from the ground up, not borrowing models from other countries necessarily, although that is a great way to get kick-started. It's about actually doing the architectures yourselves and basically training the models within your borders on your languages and making it basically incorporating all the knowledge from all the different sources within your own country. That becomes absolutely critical to preserving, you could say, the social essence, the cultural essence of the country that it's produced in. And a lot of people forget that bias is so subtle. It is so, it's so nuanced, and it's always best to have developers within that country and you could say even elders within that country contributing knowledge to basically make sure that it is the most efficient representation of what that nation really is and means. And so it's interesting. It's more than just a technology. It's really something that can preserve a culture as well. There are different lenses to look at it through.
Thank you very much, Bill. And now over to you, Mr. Alinafe.
Yeah, so as technology is evolving, we have to also evolve our solutions. For us, we do these shifts each and every time we see a new technology coming in. For example, we started with Chameleon tools, very hardware-based kind of analysis. But then when AI, with the coming in of AI, we are saying, let's connect to these analyses, add AI insights, and get the most out of the technology. That is what is very key when it comes to, evolving together with technology. The issue about alerts, WhatsApp is a technology that has come to help communications, seamless communications. Why can't you then take the alerts to be WhatsApp-based instead of just the text-based? So that evolving aspect of a technology has to be also part and parcel of the development of these technologies. So we are building the Munda platform, which is connecting IoT, cloud computing, and probably the AI analytics. All these are coming together, and we can see the green infrastructure coming in, because we say these sensors will be in the field. You cannot connect these to grid power supply. Obviously, you have to think about something that is green in the nature. So basically, this is the leapfrog opportunity that lies in evolving together with the technologies that we are coming across each and every moment. So we need to build an AI-ready infrastructure, and it starts with the farmer. Let me stress this. If it doesn't have to do with food production, then it means there will be a time in the near future where we'll be scrambling for food as people. And food will become very, very expensive to levels that no one would, basic people like living in the rural villages would struggle to get. And this should be the center and not the data centers. The data centers are one, but infrastructure. Let's think about the solutions for this, for our communities in our countries. That's what I think I can say on this one.
Thank you very much, Alinafe, and that concludes my questions on this topic. I'd really like to thank the panelists for such a good insight, and I think we're now going to the Q&A session.
Thank you very much, Raymond. Ladies and gentlemen, we have time for 2 questions, contributions or opinions. Yes, I'll come to the first one. Any second one? All right, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I'm okay now. Thank you very much. Thank you for a very nice presentation and very nice moderation, by the way, Raymond. My question is for you, Alinafe, and actually also for the young lady who presented yesterday. Yes. I see you're coming up with a very good solution for the grassroots. My question is, do you have a backup plan? Do they have like somebody they can ask if they can't continually access the AI to ask? Because I know what happens in the villages, that sometimes we may have this blackout that will remove everything from, all communication from outside will be gone. So do you have a backup plan? Number 2 is, how sustainable will this be? We have a sustainability pathway that will ensure that even when the project ends, they will still benefit from what now you have actually helped them test.
Thank you so much for those wonderful 2 questions. The first one is about the backup plan, if I may get you correctly. It's all about partnerships. In Malawi, we are doing it a bit different. Actually, we are in partnership with the government. So the government agricultural system gave us a goal. We signed an MOU that says you use our infrastructure in terms of personnel. So we have got the extension workers working hand in hand with us, irrigation officers. We can go to any district, talk to an extension worker, and they are part and parcel of the solution. And that also keys into the second question. You have to develop together with the communities. You have to develop together with the people that will be the stakeholder, I can say the stakeholders in this case. The government has to be part and parcel of the process. The extension workers, the farmers themselves. In the communities I work with, they are what we call lead farmers. These lead farmers are very key to, taking innovations to fellow farmers. So you take this onto a journey. And the other thing that I've discovered is that mostly when you are out, when you're out of the way, they will have to be the ones to service the technologies. For example, with mere simple maintenances. So you should train actually the people that you're close to, that you're closely working with, to make sure that they are able to do some of the things that they can do when you're away. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any more questions, please? We have time for one more question or intervention. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
No, thank you very much, as the DPS said. Thank you for the responses and for the moderation. Just an additional question to what he just said. I think what you are doing is great in terms of linking up with the government and the MOUs and for the infrastructure that will help you to grow. But I think there is also an issue of what could be the challenges in the future, and how do you intend to be, I wouldn't say independent, but at least broaden your own capacities, and then as you link with the government, you also create additional capacities from your side. But more importantly, what do you feel will be the challenges to growing or reaching out to more farmers in the future?
Thank you so much for that great question. And I'm answering this with enthusiasm because I've passed through a process. We got funded by the WFP ICA program, which is on agriculture, innovation, climate resilience. It's a program that is worldwide. And what we have seen as challenges in the process is that governments are slow to act. Very, very slow. You can talk about it today, but it will take 2 years for it to materialize. And that is actually what is delaying the introduction, or probably the commercialization of these technologies that we are talking about. There might be wonderful ideas in the lab, but when it gets to implementation, it gets a bit more complex. I would think the best way to do this is to make sure that you streamline already when you're having all these concepts. You streamline the process between conceptualization to the implementation. We shouldn't take too much time to implement some of the activities. Like even the policies that governments develop, they should be actionable. For example, you say by 2030, we will have 30% of our irrigation monitored in this country. Then there should be deliberate approaches to that, be it incentives, be it probably or PECs, so that we can drive that into the implementation. And that's actually what has delayed most of the processes in where we work in. Thank you.
Any more? All right. Well, it seems to me that, Raymond, you've done an exceptional job navigating within the short time that was given to you. And a big thank you, ladies and gentlemen, to our speakers, both joining us online, Sarah and Bill. We thank you so much for your time. Very conscious of the time difference, so it's been an exceptional moment having you so bright-eyed on this very early morning for both of you. We really, truly appreciate your time. And, of course, we also want to say a big thank you to our in-person contributor, Ali Nafi. Thank you so much. That brings us to the end of session 6 and almost to the beginning of what I would like. Oh, yes, a round of applause, please. Thank you. Almost to the beginning of what I would like to call my personal highlight of the AI for Climate Action Forum. Almost in an hour, we go into our awards, but not without, of course, checking in on our live poll for session 6. Please do well to scan, and while you're scanning, I will use this opportunity to remind you that if you don't have your lunch coupons, my wonderful colleague with a beautiful smile, Ola, if you can just wave beautifully, we'll be more than happy to replace your lunch coupon. We are going down to the first floor one more time for lunch, but with humility and respect, I ask that you eat very quickly. We know that networking is crucial for you, but you eat very quickly and be back in this room by 1:25 for a 1:30 p.m. start for our grand awards and our winner announcement. So if you're finished scanning, may I kindly have team question number 1? How relevant was the content of this session for your work? Hopefully fully relevant, maybe mostly relevant, okay, somewhat relevant, not relevant. All right, and this is the first time that we're seeing not relevant. Maybe I spoke too soon earlier on, but only 5%, but so that's okay. At least more than half of you believe that it's mostly relevant, and fully relevant is also battling in there at 40, well, now at 43% at par. Okay, we move to the second question, please. What is your key takeaway from this session? Please fill out the screen. Let's see what your key takeaway from this session is. What are you saying? Coming in, there is more to learn from our infrastructure. Absolutely. It can be achieved. All right. Infrastructure investment based on local needs are essential, and government needs to be more responsive. Greening the data center. All right. Digital infrastructure is complex. We need undertaking. Someone says infrastructure needs to be looked at holistically from small sensors to larger power grids. That community involvement is highly important to data solutions. And someone says there is more to learn from our infrastructure. Exactly. More serious and intentional investment is needed. Green energy, we need affordable devices. Train people on the ground for sustainability of solutions. And 4 common challenges of Africa is the most critical issues need to be addressed by joint efforts. And we also have finance must be available for infrastructure. And I know that more responses will come in. Please do feel free to do that. I believe this is our second and last question for session 6. Do we have another question? I think this is it. Wonderful. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now 12:30 here live in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. It's time for our lunch break. And for those of you who are joining us online, the in-person delegates here are going to be going off for lunch, which is for 55 minutes. But I urge you all to log back in, or better still, don't log off. Just pause the transmission. Come back in an hour because we have the highlight, which is the AI for Climate Change Awards, and the announcement of the award winner happening right here live in Dar es Salaam. But for now, to our wonderful esteemed delegates here in Dar es Salaam, lunch is served. See you in an hour. seconds. You're ready. No pressure. Final call to order in the room, please. Final call to order in the room. Ten seconds. No pressure. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates, members of the UNFCCC Technology Mechanism, our wonderful partners at COICA, our esteemed partners, innovators, friends of climate action, with a resounding round of applause, please welcome this extraordinary segment, which is, of course, the AI for Climate Action Award 2025. The energy is rife, of course, the room is ready, and all of you joining us online from east to west around the world, from different continents, you are warmly welcome to a unique opportunity. Because as far as we are all collectively concerned, the AI for Climate Action Award stands as a beacon of innovation. We recognize those who harness the power of AI to safeguard the most vulnerable and, of course, to advance resilience in our world's most climate-affected regions, specifically the least developed countries and small island developed states. Now, ladies and gentlemen, partners and esteemed delegates, this award, launched during the UNFCCC Climate Week in May in Panama, seeks not just to honor, of course, a technological breakthrough, but really to celebrate a commitment to inclusion, open knowledge, and planetary stewardship. So let's give you a brief overview. As we are joined here, of course, right here in Dar, and all of you are joining us online, this award must identify and promote impactful open source solutions that use the power of AI, of course, for effective mitigation. Now, we also wanted to highlight the importance of the criteria. Our esteemed judges looked out for these 6 crucial elements. They looked out for relevance. Now, does this innovation tackle a key climate challenge in LDCs or SIDS? It must. Impact. This intervention must deliver measurable, of course, environmental or social benefits. Then we go to inclusive leadership. This must be driven by diversity, equity, and community participation. Origin. We are looking for locally developed and owned. Alignment supports national or local climate priorities. And last, definitely not the least, open source promotes transparency, accessibility, and collaboration. Ladies and gentlemen, I spoke about what the judges were looking for, but we would be remiss if we didn't mention who these judges are, and of course, an opportunity to thank them for their tireless efforts. Speaking of the judges, please allow me to mention their name and do give them a resounding round of applause. First judge was Professor Marwala, Rector of the United Nations University, Under Secretary General of the United Nations. Thank you so much, Professor. We also want to extend our gratitude to Dr. Letitia Addison, lecturer and researcher of the University of the West Indies, St. Augustine campus. A big thank you to Dr. Gerald Kafuku, Manager of Innovation and Technology at the Tanzania Commission for Science and Technology. Dr. Yeji Choi, Chief Technology Officer of DI Lab Inc., we thank you. Dr. Maria João Sousa, Executive Director of Climate Change AI, we thank you. Liv Martin Nordhaug, who is the Chief Executive Officer of the Digital Public Goods Alliance Secretariat, a big thank you to you. And our last judge, who of course we have met earlier on today, Mr. Bill Wright, Chair and Founder of the Enterprise Neurosystem. Judges, your insights, your rigor, and of course your sense of purpose have ensured that every single shortlisted solution here reflects not only innovation, but of course integrity. Judges, one more time, we thank you. A round of applause. And now let's talk about the journey to where we all find ourselves in this moment. We had a whopping 634 submissions, and that requires a round of applause. 634 submissions from, well, I guess up from just over 100 the year before, more than 200 solutions coming from LDCs and SIDS. Now, what essentially was discovered was their innovations spanned early warning systems at 35%, sustainable agriculture at 26%, education and awareness at 17%, water and energy management at 13%, and each idea represented courage and each algorithm represented hope. Another round of applause for our winners, so to speak. I like to think that everybody is a winner in some way, some form. So the judges looked at all of these categories, and they looked at all the submissions. They moved from 634 to a top 10, and I would like us to take a look at the top 10 and who they were before we wind down to our top 4. A round of applause for our top 10. And may I shamelessly highlight how they are all women. Another round of applause. Congratulations to our top 10. And now a quick video to give us an overview of who they are and what their interventions look like. Ladies and gentlemen, our top 10 underwent mentorship and training on digital public goods and climate storytelling, thus equipping them not just to build technology, but to build communities of practice. And this is how the judges wound up with our top 4. Today, we celebrate the 4 finalists, of course, brilliant minds from Lao PDR, Tanzania, Uganda, and of course, from Zambia. Each of whom has showed how data, machine learning, and human empathy can combine to drive scalable climate action. Ladies and gentlemen, these are our top 4 out of 634 submissions. Another round of applause for our top 4 finalists. And now we've come to crunch time, and this is how everything will play out. Now, each one of our top 4 finalists will have an opportunity to present their innovation or their solution to you live here. We have 3 of them joining us virtually, and we've got 1 in person here. And ladies and gentlemen, at the end of it, you, our august audience, will have an opportunity to put them in the hot seat and ask them a few questions, but not too difficult. They've come a long way. They've been through a lot of it already with our esteemed judges. But you have an opportunity very quickly to ask them some questions, after which we have our esteemed judge, Dr. Gerald, who will come on stage. Please look directly in my eyes. Dr. Gerald, who will come on stage to say a few words on behalf, of course, of the judges, at which time we will then announce the winner. So, ladies and gentlemen, without any more time to be lost, it is an honor to present to you our first top 4 finalists. Alisa Luangrath from Saphir, Smart AI-based farming and irrigation for resilience from Lao PDR, who's joining us virtually. Alisa, you are speaking in front of a world of well-wishers, and your 5-minute presentation will start after we take a look at your video. Can we take a look at Alisa's video?
What if a farmer greatest challenge, unpredictable weather, could become their greatest advantage? In Sawanakhet Lao PDR, the future of farming is arriving. Farmers in Lao PDR experience the severe water scarcity via long dry seasons and uncertain rains. However, most fields are lack of reliable irrigation monitoring system. Farmer livelihoods have been at the mercy of the changes of climates, with limited access to the water for the harvest. I and my team, we propose a smart AI-based farming and irrigation for resilience as a new initiative by our Integrated Watershed Management Institute. The project applies smart and low-cost water sensors and a powerful AI driven with soil moisture data to give them exactly the water their crops needs with the scheduled irrigation. Our system combines the real-time field data with the data climate information service, which use the global models to forecast the drought months in advance. These data results will be advised by applications, SMS in Lao language support, and data will monitor through our monitoring platform by water user associations and technicians. My team member who together invented this system, Dr. Tipilto, with more than 10 years experience in climate service and agriculture technology in South Korea. The project empowers farmers with higher, more stable incomes and provides the water user associations and the Lao governments with the data for sustainable management, building resilience for the entire communities and contributing directly to the sustainable development goal in Lao PDR.
All right, that is Alisa's video. Alisa, and now your 5-minute presentation will start now. Over to you.
All right, thank you. Yeah, hello everyone. My name is Alisa Longlad and I'm from Lao PDR. Thank you, UNFCCC and KOICA and all for having me today. It is my great honor to present my climate AI solutions for my home country through the smart AI-based farming and irrigations for resilience. The changes in the climate in Laos is changing, and we are facing a longer drought and unpredictable floods in the country, where most of the people are relying on using of lands for their livelihoods, incomes, and of course their future. And Sawanakhet province in the middle of Laos, where it is one of the largest and the key agricultural hub, this is increasingly vulnerable for of the impact of the climate change, with about 70% of the populations depending on agriculture, and less than 20% have access to any forms of the irrigations, which means they rely on only for the for rains. Therefore, our solutions is AI models and the data tools to be released under the open sources license by the GitHub to encourage the transparencies. So our solutions concept comprised in three pillars. First is the establishment of the infrastructure of the hardware, including the soil moisture sensor, groundwater sensor, and of course the weather station. Second, on the development of the information processing unit, which we call like the software, through the AI model driven, which means the AI will be applied through the software, which produce on the short term and the midterm seasonal forecast, and also analyze the data on the soil moisture by the long and short term memory models, and forecast the groundwater availability where the random forest analysis. And third is development of the information service through the smartphone-based allow support for the irrigation scheduling, and of course the capacity building manager for community level through the monitoring platform. So you may wonder how it works. Here is the overall project of my concept. So firstly, the data collection system, including the hardware, which you can see on the blue box, and the software on the purple box. So the hardware including the real-time weather station, the groundwater sensor, and the soil moisture sensor. And the software, like the short-term forecast and the long and mid and long-term forecast will be produced. And this data collections system will contribute for the input of the AI-based data analysis, processing, comprising of the water availabilities and the soil moisture, and of course the methodological data. And also the drought forecasting system that generated to the system from the seasonal downscaling model will be contribute for the drought warming. And this forecasting system combined with the groundwater forecast and the soil moisture data will be contribute for the irrigation guide for 10 days for farmers and the 3 months for the managers. And all of these informations will be generated into the AI data analysis process, and then will finally result on the user interface, including the monitoring dashboard platform for the managers and mobile applications for the farmers through the Lao language support. Within this concept, so far we have developed on the early stage, and you can see there the arrows, but we are also seeking to develop on this concept into the ideal stage, which means we would like to apply this AI analysis in the next step later. And here, this is the demonstrations of user informations. So the result for the AI generated into the irrigation guide for 3 months forecast, targeting for the local managers, including the monitoring platforms, and seasonal forecast for 3 months for Ilau PDR, and integrated for interface 10 days irrigation guide for the mobile applications for farmers. And here is the impact. The impact of this concept will be profound, and the concept of software
is the direct tools for the climate actions that build strong the farmers and resilient communities. So we will further develop for the bigger to scale up more. And this concept will support the local managers, authority capacity building, women participation, of course, and small farmers, smallholder farm support, and sustainable development goals of the UN, like zero hungers for the SDG 2, SDG 6, and SDG 13. So last but not least, this is my team from South Korea experts and the Lao specialists. Yeah. Thank you for your listening. Yeah, this is all for my presentation from my side.
Thank you and congratulations to you, Alisa, for being part of the top 4 for the AI for Climate Action Award 2025. Thank you very much. So hang in there. We've got a quick Q&A coming up at the end of the 4th submission. Thanks once again. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we move our attention right here in-house for our second presentation by one of our top 4. Karine Joel, of course, manages AI-powered climate mobility data collection tool that maps migration flows for adaptation right here in Tanzania, and we have the pleasure of having her in person. So Karine, kindly join us right here at the podium and give us your 5-minute presentation right after your video.
Across Tanzania's refugees camp near Rugusu and the Dar es Salaam coastal region, climate change is not a distant threat, it's a daily reality. Floods, land degradation, and shifting migration patterns are uprooting families and challenging livelihoods. By harnessing the power of AI, data, and community partnerships, we are building Africa where no one is left behind by climate change. Together, we can turn data into action and action into hope.
Our data platform is a source accessible to all stakeholders. Our project bridges the climate mobility data gap using cutting-edge geospatial technology, AI, and machine learning. We've developed an open-source data collection tool integrating drone imagery, remote sensing, and AI-powered transcription and translation. This enables real-time multilingual data collection from even the most remote and marginalized communities, including women, youth, and persons with disabilities. In just the first phase, we engaged over 200 individuals across the most affected districts, generating detailed geospatial maps and assessing land degradation use parameters like land cover transitions, soil carbon, and productivity. Our annual report shows that we've already mapped 43.42% degraded land, trained over 750 women in eco-friendly practices, and empowered 120 women fishers in Dar es Salaam. Our AI-driven translation feature breaks language barriers, ensuring every voice is heard and every story is counted. We collect robust, gender disaggregated data on health, livelihoods, and migration. Policymakers, humanitarian actors, and local leaders now have actionable insights to drive land restoration practices, sustainable agriculture, as well as strategic climate adaptation planning. Climate mobility is a transformative adaptation solution, and we refuse to leave the displaced behind. Every journey is a right, every life is valuable, every voice a force, and every data point a fire that purges the Africa we want.
All right, and that's the video. Karine, the floor is now yours for your 5-minute presentation. You may come to the podium and use this instead. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having us, me and the team at Notaka today. I think the video quite expounded on our work on the ground and how we run things, but just to give you a reminder, I am Karin Joel Mwakitalu from Notaka, Tanzania. We are a mobile eco-hub that is leveraging on emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence and geospatial technology mapping to map out land cover features and demographic qualities for vulnerable communities in Tanzania. We have a specific focus of climate change and migration, believing that Africa is one of the continents whose majority population is subjected to be on the move by 2050. And to be on the safe side, we need to be on the side where we are anticipating and planning for future climate shocks. As the video shows, we map out parameters related to the environment, including land degradation, including drought, as well as water levels. And we are collecting this data specifically to be able to train our model so that we can map out migration flows, so to be able to tell the movement of people within Tanzania, but also looking forward to expand in other climate mobility hotspots in Africa, such as South Sudan and Ethiopia. To stand in this room is to also be able to remind you to always bring the resources in the hands of the right people, the people who are in the community, the people who are facing the climate change impacts head on, day in, day out. And this is to support data. By doing so, you're not only investing in changing the current situation of challenges, but also the future. Data is not just information. Data is a vessel that carries the voices of many, thousands, women, children, and youth whose journeys refuse to be altered by the reality of climate change. So thank you so much for having us today, and yeah, let's hope for the best.
If there's one thing I know, it's never easy pitching in front of a room full of experts who can easily tell you if what you're doing is the right thing or the wrong thing. But well done. We believe in you. Ladies and gentlemen, another one of our finalists is Hannah Rhoda, Climate Crop, which is an AI smart climate resilient farming assistant. And Hannah joins us from Uganda. And before her pitch, please take a look at Hannah's video.
Climate Crop AI is like a trusted farming buddy for smallholder farmers. It uses smart AI trained on soil, local climate, and crop data. It sends super useful tips straight to your phone via SMS. Just send a simple text and receive tailored advice on things like when to plant, how to deal with pests, or even how to deal with a changing climate. It works on basic phones, so it is super easy and affordable to use. We're aiming for a 20-30% better crop yield, smarter resource utilization, and real results in tackling climate challenges. It's all about giving farmers tools to make confident, data-driven decisions and grow stronger, no matter what weather throws their way.
This is Amina, a smallholder farmer. For years, she has depended on her land to feed her family, but climate change has shifted the seasons. Rains no longer come on time, and her crops wither before they can grow. With every harvest lost, hunger grows in her home, and even her marriage is strained under the weight of survival. But Amina's story doesn't have to end in despair. With Climate Crop AI, a simple SMS on her phone becomes a lifeline. This smart assistant uses local climate, soil, and crop data to give her real-time advice: what to plant, when to irrigate, and how to protect her crops. No internet, no smartphones, just simple, accessible messages. In just one season, her yields improve with 20 to 30% more harvest. Amina can feed her family, reduce conflict at home, and sell the extra crops for income. She is no longer surviving. She is thriving. Climate Crop AI is more than technology. It is resilience, hope, and a future where farmers like Amina rise stronger against climate change. Climate Crop AI, empowering farmers one message at a time.
All right, one message at a time. Hannah, if you're joining us, you can hear us and you can see us. Please do us the honors of giving us your 5-minute presentation. Hannah, you're muted. We can see you.
Thank you so much for having me. It is
go.
such an honor to be in front of this esteemed partners of UNFCCC, the technology mechanism. So first of all, I would want to introduce myself. My name is Hannah Roda, and I'm from Uganda. Climate Crop AI is an initiative that harnesses the power of AI to build climate-smart agriculture and ensure food security in our changing world. Across Africa, millions of smallholder farmers struggle with unpredictable weather, pests, and low yields due to climate change. Climate Crop AI was born to bridge that gap by using technology to help rural smallholder farmers adapt, thrive, and make informed decisions about when and how to farm. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yes, so we train machine learning models using real data like weather patterns, soil conditions, and crop performance. From this, Climate Crop AI can predict weather extremes such as the droughts or floods and assess their likely impact on crops. It recommends the best planting times and crop varieties and farming techniques for different regions. It also optimizes the water and fertilizer use, helping farmers to reduce waste, costs, and carbon emissions. This is also helping in mitigating the carbon emissions that we all face in the different agricultural zones that we are from. This means that even farmers in remote areas can get tailored advice through a simple mobile app or SMS, and also doesn't need internet, so which makes it easier for these farmers that don't have smartphones, just on their basic phones, to receive this information, making high-tech solutions accessible and inclusive. By improving decision-making, Climate Crop AI helps farmers increase yields, protect soil health, and build resilience against climate change. It supports several SDGs, particularly SDG 2, the one for zero hunger, SDG 13 for climate action, and SDG 19 for industry innovation and infrastructure. This is an innovation solution, so it definitely helps the farmers. In the long run, this initiative will contribute to national food security, poverty reduction, and greener rural economies, one data-driven decision at a time. Next slide, please. So in my last slide, I want to show how, for example, phones can recognize our faces. Use your phone and just unlock your phone. So we can use that same AI, we can use that same technology to help our farmers, especially the real smallholder farmers that don't have proper access to these services. So if we can teach machines to recognize our faces, surely we can teach them to recognize the needs of our farmers. Climate Crop isn't just about data algorithms, it's about giving every seed a fighting chance in a warming world. Together, let's grow food, security, resilience, and hope. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Hannah, and hopefully you're sticking around for our Q&A with our esteemed delegates here live in Dar es Salaam. Last, definitely not the least, in our top 4, ladies and gentlemen, from AgriDream, we have Tahila Mwenda, based in Zambia, and her solution is an AI-powered agricultural climate resilience product. Ladies and gentlemen, take a look at Tahila's video.
Imagine holding soil in your hands and realizing it can no longer feed your family. For millions of smallholder farmers in Africa, this is not an imagination, it's a reality. Climate change turns fertile ground into dust, and every lost harvest means hunger, poverty, and lost hope. In Zambia, farmers are fighting this battle using guesswork. They don't know whether the rain will come, if the soil is strong enough to hold their crops, or what crops they can grow within the harsh weathers. This is why at Brook Cherry Climate Solutions we created AgriDream, an AI-powered platform that converts a simple soil photo into actionable knowledge. It not only analyzes soil health, it predicts drought patterns using local climate data. It's an interactive platform where farmers can upload their pictures and receive instant feedback and guidance, even in their local languages. Whether they're using a phone, a shared devices, AgriDream makes AI accessible to everyone. With AgriDream, farmers don't just survive climate change. They plant more, harvest more, and reduce reliance on harmful chemical fertilizers while cutting down carbon emissions. The future of climate action is not just about reacting to crisis, it's about predicting, preventing, and leading the way into climate resilience. And with AgriDream, that future starts now.
Thank you very much, Tahila. Do we have you live joining us online? Tahila, can you see us? Can you put, oh, there you are. Tahila, we are ready for you. Your audio, I think, is muted. If you can unmute for us. And if your presentation is ready, we are eager for your 5-minute presentation. Tahila, over to you. I know that it is not always easy to connect depending on where you are. You're probably out in the field. Tahila, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Thank you so much for making this work. Please proceed with your 5 minutes presentation.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. My name is Tahila Mwenda, and I am from Zambia. And now that we have seen the reality that farmers, or millions of smallholder farmers in Africa face, this is the solution that we have come up with, and it's called AgriDream. So many farmers daily face issues such as unpredictable rainfall, farmers real-time data, high costs of chemical fertilizers, and rising. Sorry, am I audible?
Hear you. We can hear you, Tahila. Continue, please.
Okay. And our solution is AgriDream, a web-based AI-powered multilingual tool for climate-smart resilience. So with AgriDream, farmers basically upload their soil photos, and the AI analyzes and determines what kind of soil it is and encourages farmers to plant. Also predicts drought risks and provides real-time advanced weather. So that data can also be accessed via shared community devices. So in this screenshot, we have the product demo. So what AgriDream basically does is that you can upload your soil sample, and here you can see in this screenshot it detects the kind of soil it is, it's loam soil, and it recommends what kind of crops you could plant and whether you should keep adding compost and rotate the crops. In the second screenshot, you can see that you can subscribe to real-time alerts. So in the comfort of your home, AgriDream is able to tell you when you're having a drought or a flash flood. It also predicts droughts. You have a drought risk model here, and it's able to predict according to the region that you're in. So here, the region we selected was Lusaka, and it predicted a medium drought risk. While you're doing all this, you're able to do it in the comfort of your own language, so you do not have to stress about the technicalities of using a different language. AgriDream is scalable to multiple countries, with the first phase being launched in Zambia and the rollout to neighboring countries such as Zimbabwe, Tanzania, Malawi, and Angola. And the third phase will be rolling out to other least developed countries. So AgriDream is lightweight and open source. It's built on AI and PyTorch for transfer learning. It has open weather APIs, and it's a mobile and web app for easy access. And it uses an MIT license, which means it can easily be scaled and reused. So far, with our momentum, we have active support from 4 different regions in Zambia, being the Copper Belt, Lusaka, and Central Province, as well as Southern Province. And our model has been trained on soil samples from volunteer farmers. So meaning, if you're wondering, how is the farmer without a smartphone that has a really good quality of pictures going to be able to to scan their soil samples? AgriDream was trained on models, and it includes a number of blurry pictures which can still be detected. We have major support from NGOs and universities, and there has been a noted down increased usage in compost. The impact we're expecting is reduction of artificial fertilizers by 35%, a 20% crop yield, and it enables a carbon smart agriculture, boosts food insecurity in underserved regions. So agri-tourism is more than just a technology. It is hope that in the hands of farmers, by 2035, we will empower over 500,000 smallholder farmers to grow more food with fewer emissions, making agriculture both climate smart, accessible, and sustainable. And together we can turn AI into public good that transforms families and futures. You might think of it as an app that you can use to order food, somehow like DoorDash or Uber Eats, except it's not bringing takeout to your house and storing your soil into food. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Tahila Mwenda from AgriDream, our fourth finalist. We also had Hannah Rhoda from Climate Crop AI. Please, a round of applause for Hannah as well, who's in our top 4. We have Corinne Joel here from Nataka. Of course, a round of applause for her as well. And we had earlier on Alisa Luangrath from Saphir. And now we would like to give you, ladies and gentlemen, an opportunity to interact with our top 4 finalists. We have a nice crisp, about 7 or 8 minutes. So I humbly ask that you kindly, compress your questions and then just help us know exactly to whom the question is being asked, and then we can get through this. And then finally, the announcement. So do we have any questions from the floor live here in Dar es Salaam? Any questions at all? I would humbly ask my colleagues to please move the microphone around. I usually do that myself, but of course, today I'm in the hot seat. Thank you so much, Ola. Ola will do us the honors of moving the microphone around. Let me help you with this. I'll give you this one. Thank you so kind.
Hello, my name is Valentin. I'm working for the Climate Technology Center Network. Congratulations to all the 4 finalists. You've come a long way. I have a question actually to all of you. Sorry for breaking the protocol. You all develop solutions that are open source, and open source can sometimes come at a cost of building kind of a sustainable business model. How do you think about financial sustainability of your solutions?
Financial sustainability of your solutions. I'll give each one of you 30 seconds to answer. Let me start off with you, Karine. I think you can use this one.
Thank you so much. Although our solutions are non-profit based, helping vulnerable communities, the tool itself, after the modeling and it's up and running, it's built in a way it should be adapted by local government authorities, and the people in the communities are able to run it. Also, there are specific data sets that can be quite beneficial to the community that are using it, socioeconomic data sets which open up opportunities for these people in the community. And as I gave an example on my panel in the morning, the fisher women in Dar es Salaam are also one of the outcomes of testimonials of how their fishing business has gone up after integrating the sessions and doing the consultations with them. Yes.
All right, let's go to you, Alisa. Talk to us about the financial sustainability of Saphir. Alisa, if you can hear us.
Yeah, all right. Thank you for the questions. As you know, Laos is the less developed country, so this is quite a challenge questions as well. But regarding to financial sustainable, we have the government part for the collaborations, and of course we have the collaborations with the international sources, especially right now we are working with the South Korean for the Koi Cup, and also other sources as well. So due to the lack of technicians from outside, So from LawPDR, so we need, firstly, we need to training for the local first, and then after that, we grant the support, the grants from that, and then we manage how it will be sustainable and how the local can be handled, especially for the locals, governments and communities before we hand it over to the lower part, especially for the local authorities. Yes.
Thank you so much, Elisa. Same question to you, Hannah. If you can hear us, Hannah, same question to you.
Yes, thank you so much. For Climate Crop AI, we are developing a hybrid model that blends services to ensure long-term operation and growth. In the early stages, we rely on grants, innovation awards like the UNFCCC, AI for Climate Action to fund that development and outreach. As the system grows, Climate Crop AI will introduce affordable subscription models for larger farmers and cooperatives while keeping basic features free for smallholder farmers. This ensures inclusivity while generating steady income. We also plan to collaborate with agribusinesses, NGOs, and government agencies, offering data insights and forecasting tools that can support agricultural planning and disaster preparedness. These partnerships will help fund the platform maintenance and expansion. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Hannah. Tahila.
So thank you for that question. It's very important. Financial stability is essential for such projects. So for AgriDream, we have partnered with multiple universities and NGOs. So, and another initiative that we put into place is also trying to cut down on artificial chemical fertilizers. Another initiative that we took into place is creating compost fees. And every time we sell a bag of compost, which is way lower than a bag of artificial fertilizer, that money is reserved into going back into the development and deploying of some of the things that we need for AgriDream. And we're also exploring a freemium model where premium analytics are offered at a very low cost. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Tahila. Do we have any more questions from the floor, from our audience here? We've got a lady at the back. Okay. Kindly raise your hand so my colleague Ola can find you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. My question goes to Latifa.
I'm sorry, madam, could you please speak up a little bit more?
Yes, my
Kindly.
name is Upendo. My question goes to Latifa. First, congratulations for the good presentation. My question is on the indices used in mapping the mobility. We all know there are various indices like the vegetation health index, the SPI, the soil moisture, and also land surface temperature, which can show early signs of migration. So which indices did you use exactly in mapping the mobilities, and how these indices were combined to reflect the mobility?
The question to who again? To Corinne.
Yes, Corinne.
Oh, to Corinne.
So, yeah.
Kindly repeat the question, kindly.
My question
mobility.
is, there are various indices which can anticipate early signs of mobility. We have vegetation health, soil moisture, land surface temperature, and many others. So for what you did, which indices did you use, and how did you combine to reflect the mobility risk? Which indices did you use, and how did you combine them?
Okay, thank you. Two of them, like soil moisture, is used, but basically what we do is we map out geodata, so remote sense data, and then afterwards we marry that in with field data. So when we go to the field, we do georeferencing with the actual conditions on the ground. And then later on we analyze. So what's very different for our model is the integration of socioeconomic aspects of things. So we do not just look at geographical data. We also, after getting the geographical data, we also try to understand how that interlinks with community issues and not just food insecurity. We want to also model and understand granular issues such as economic opportunities or gender issues on the ground.
Thank you very much. We have one question right here, Ola, actually two questions, and then we move quickly to the last part. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, this is to all our finalists, and I would like to know what role has the government played in your efforts, technically and financially? Thank you.
What role the government has played in your efforts technically and financially? Alisa, we start off with you.
Yeah, thank you for the questions. As I have mentioned earlier as well, firstly, the government is very taking part because of the open sources. We share the open sources for the GitHub, so which means the local technicals from the government side will be taking part to have access to the code that we're sharing. And also for the technicians, so I have like the hardware and
Hannah.
Thank you so much for that very insightful question. First of all, the government helps us technically, first of all, through providing data. We have the National Agriculture Research Organization. It provides us with the agroecological zones. This helps out in mapping and getting to know which crop types are better in the different agroecological zones. Then we make it specific to a specific area, so that we give specific tailored information to these farmers in these agroecological zones. To add on, the government institutions such as the Ministry of Agriculture and Animal Industry provides access to valuable climate and soil crop data, which strengthens our models. Financially, our direct funding has been limited at this stage. The government has supported us through innovation-friendly policies and capacity-building programs under the Uganda's Digital Transformation and Climate Smart Agriculture initiatives. We're also exploring partnerships with the government agencies for co-funding and scaling, especially to integrate climate crop into national early warning and food security systems. To wrap it all up, the government's role is about data access, technical collaboration, and creating an enabling environment for innovations like climate coverage to grow and reach more farmers. Thank you.
Thank you, Hannah. Tahila, you have the floor.
So we haven't received direct financial support from the government as the project is still in the prototype stage, but technically we have support from government-employed agronomists who are able to advise on what crops grow well in different regions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Green, you have the last word.
Thank you so much. So we've piloted this project in two major areas in Tanzania. In the Kigoma refugee camp, where through the Ministry of Internal Affairs, we've been able to get access, and now we are currently working on an MOU for us to be able to access the camps on a more longer term. But also they've given us information of where they at on different contexts with regards to the different parameters that we're mapping. And also in Dar es Salaam, we've worked with the Kinondoni City Council, and they've provided their experts, the environmental officers and other two officers in charge of the ocean coastline area. And they have been with us from the beginning of the piloting phase of the consultations. They've come to every session that we have held with the local fishermen and women in the area, but also they've been part of us reviewing the adaptation plans that were in place, and now we're going on with the process of reviewing the plan, but also integrating the collected data that we have.
Thank you very much to our finalists, and our last question will come from Dr. Muyungi. Thank you, sir.
No, thank you very much, and let me start by congratulating the four of you, and specifically our colleague who has been able to join us physically here, but everyone who has participated from 6-something to 10 to 4, none to maybe to 1 in the next few minutes. So congratulations. This question goes to, in fact, more to the CTCN and of course the UNFCCC Secretariat. One on, first of all, also to congratulate the UNFCCC and the CTCN for this initiative, but also to ask how this is going to be scaled up, but also how do they support the winners, for example, going forward, when they have their dreams, which come from these sort of innovations. How can the UN system, the CTCN, support these dreams? They talk about resources, they talk about capacity. What is the plan from that side to help these winners? And going forward, not only the first winner, but also the 4 winners, but also the 10 winners, for example. Just understanding what will be the next steps to support these particular winners. Thank you.
So colleagues, I think, Ariesta, may we put you on the spot with this one? A big question asked by Dr. Muyungi, so we have to ensure that we give him the answer. Moritz, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much, Richard, for this question. So I'm taking that on the technology mechanism behalf for now, but Ariesta, welcome to come in from the CTCN side as well. This AI for Climate Action Award, the prize that the winner will receive is to join us at COP30 in Belém next month and to present that solution there. Yes, a round of applause. And with the objective of reaching a global audience, but also to find new partners and to engage with experts there at this global event in Belém to take that solution forward. And so that is the main prize, but there has been already in the different rounds of this award competition various trainings that was also delivered to the participants, to the semi-finalists, to the finalists, to capacitate them or enhance their capacities to further develop and also take forward their solutions. In addition, what I can say is that we do continue to engage with the finalists and the semi-finalists here from our side at the UNFCCC Secretariat. We've done that last year as well, a similar type of award. You may have seen that the award winner from last year was one of our judges this year. We've seen one of the finalists on the stage with Macro earlier today. So we do keep that engagement from our side alive and also look forward to continuing to work with the finalists and semi-finalists of this year. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Moritz, for that intervention.
Thank you.
Ariesta?
Just to add and to complement what Moritz says, from the CTCN perspective, we're happy to collaborate in making sure that the result of this award and the challenge can continue and can be scaled up. Within the CTCN, we have a Youth Climate Innovation Program, which is similar to this, but not focusing on AI, but all innovative solutions on the climate space. And as part of the program, we are actually having a community of the finalists, of the participants to continue providing a mentorship and providing a space where they can collaborate and ask each other. So we could do similar thing, for example, like that. The second is, of course, now the Tech and CTCN in collaborations with the ITU, we are in the process of integrating the Climate AI Application Hub into the Global Public Digital Public Goods Alliance. And of course, the intention is to have the winners or the finalists of the Grand Challenge also be part and place in that platform. And that will give a boost in the visibility because this is really global platform that we have in there, and then opportunity for matchmaking. And last but not least, because this is a question from Richard, so I would like to actually return back to the African group of negotiators. You have seen the result of the technology mechanism on this AI for climate action initiative, and this is part of that. And we continue working on that because this is a mandate that was given to us back in Dubai as part of the outcome of the Global Stocktake. So we would like to present this back to UNFCCC parties, and so then you can also provide the guidance on how we actually could this scale up. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ariesta. Thank you very much for your intervention. Corinne, you may now take your seat so you don't feel under pressure while I'm away from you. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to that moment where in just a matter of minutes, you'll find out who the winner is for the 2025 UNFCCC Technology Mechanism AI for Climate Award, Climate Action Award. And of course, as my dear friend and colleague Moritz mentioned, the winner will have a unique opportunity to present their project at the upcoming COP30 in Belém, Brazil, in only a few weeks' time. So, to bring this wonderful gathering to a highlight, a close, please allow me to bring to the stage one of our very esteemed judges and a great voice in our space, Dr. Gerald Majela Kafuku, who is Manager of Innovation and Technology at the Tanzania Commission for Science and Technology. And he will share a few thoughts on behalf of the judges and eventually take us to the promised land of telling us who the winner is. Gerald, over to you.
Thanks very much. Very exciting. And first of all, I would love to thank the trust that UNFCCC Secretariat, I see Kim, you have been with us, reminding us, guiding us, Maurice. Though we are coming from different countries, we have never seen each other. Mostly, I've ever met Bill in Nairobi, but all the judges, we were only meeting online. So you see how the power of technology can bring us together and work together. And this trust has made us be friends. Since last year, I was involved in this exercise. I see the awareness is getting high. The applications are many now. Last year was only about 100. Now you can see it's more than 600. So this year our task was a little bit big. But we were good to meet our deadlines, though we are working other responsibilities in our offices, but we are happy that we are dedicating our time to support this technology initiative. To say a few words on the applications, you can see the margins are very small. These are very strong proposals. I wish I could have funded all of them, like Dr. Mung said. But it's a competition. We need a winner. Maybe somebody talked about how the government supports. The only thing I can announce is not for all the finalists. It's for only, not only for the Tanzanian contestant, but for innovators who are here. They've been asking me some questions on what we are doing, because I've been given this opportunity. Just behind these doors, we have a program that we run with our colleagues, the Funguo program. And they have told me to give this information to anyone here from Tanzania, but that they're going to announce their next cohort for grant, maybe in this week. So whoever feels has an innovation can apply. We are part of that initiative. So I'm not going to, I'm excited. I'm not going to announce the winner because I'm not part of the judges, but I have the honor to request our guest of honor, Professor Peter Msofe, our colleague who has been with us for 2 days, to please welcome. He he will be the one that who will help us to announce the winner. And I really thank you a lot, Professor. He has been my mentor in the university when I was a lecturer. He's been my boss at the Ministry of Education, Science and Technology. And now I'm glad that I'm working with him again in the climate sector. So I'm in safe hands, and I'm very proud of you. So allow me to hand you this on behalf of the judges, who are, I believe they're listening to us. And we thank you for being with us all these 2 days. And please, our honor for you to announce.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Kafuku. On behalf of the judges, I want to recognize the presence of His Excellency Ambassador of Brazil in Tanzania. I want to recognize the presence of the President of African Group of Negotiators, Dr. Muyungi. I want to recognize my colleague, Mr. Mitawi at the back, the Deputy Permanent Secretary responsible for the Union Matters, and recognize everybody of you. The envelope is sealed, so there's no janja janja, everything is sealed. Before I open this envelope, I want to say a few words. I was very pleased to see that all 4 finalists were women. Now, my pleasure even ran deeper because most of the solutions that they were proposing were agricultural solutions. And you know who normally take the brunt of the hardships that are associated with the agriculture in developing countries. So in a way, these 4 women were speaking for the millions of women in the world who are suffering because of climate change associated with the agriculture. So a big hand for all the finalists for doing justice to women. But I also want to thank all the 600 people who registered their project. Now, and the winner is team that is led by Alisa Laugrath from Lao People Democratic Republic. So the winner is Alisa. Congratulations, Alisa, for winning.
Thank you so much for that. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, the winner of AI for Climate Action Award 2025 is Alisa Luangrath, of course, Lao PDR. One more time, a round of applause for our winner, who goes ahead to COP30 in Belém, Brazil, to, of course, present her team's intervention or solution. And ladies and gentlemen, I would like to give Alisa, Alisa, you've got 2 minutes to say whatever you want to say to your audience around the world. Over to you, Alisa. We can hear you.
All right. First of all, thank you for let me present all my solutions based on AI, especially for my home country, Lao PDR, where the AI is still a new issues, and also, as I have mentioned, most of the people in Laos, they're relying on agriculture. So regarding that, I have experience regarding the AI, climate, and also into the agriculture fields in my home country. And yeah, this is my great pleasure to be the winner for the AI Climate Actions Award 2025. And yeah, I hope that this my starting in the early stage will be go further for the ideal state, which means the AI will be applied, because these days, especially in the less developed country, the AI still have not assessing yet. So that's why personally, I am working in South Korea, and I have worked with the Ministry of Agriculture and Environment in Lao PDR. We have the connections, we grant a team, and of course our connections for the South Korea grant and Lao PDR will be tightening, and in these technologies and AI based that I helping develop with my team will be gathered and then applied effectively to the my home country, Lao PDR. And thank you again. So I hope that this my solutions will, of course, will applying into the country, the areas where actually have less access to the technicals, especially, firstly, and also the local people will be involved in any steps in any like directions, and especially for the Lao government as well, where we have assessed, where we take the collaborations for the further for developing our country as well. And thank you again for having me here today. And I hope that we will see my presentations again in Brazil, in COP13. Yeah,
in COP30 it is. Congratulations, Alisa, one more time. We celebrate your solution. And of course, a big congratulations to all 634 submissions. We hope to see that number go up even higher next year, to our top 10 who are working tirelessly to ensure that no person is left behind. And of course, to our top 4, whom I'm informed that the margins in between our top 4 were almost negligible. But as we say in competitions, and as you say in life, sometimes there's only one winner, which doesn't necessarily mean that the rest of you are not winners. As far as we're concerned, your solutions are saving lives and advancing the progress of each and every one of your continents, so you are all winners. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for us to bring our extraordinary 2-day forum to a close. And of course, we couldn't have asked a better person to offer us his advice, his calls to action, his wisdom, and his wonderful and positive energy, of course, to finish this off. Please allow me to bring to the stage Special Envoy and Advisor to the President of the United Republic of Tanzania and Chair of the African Group of Negotiators in the UNFCCC process. Please warmly welcome Dr. Richard Muyungi.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Hannah. Thank you, colleagues. It has been 2 wonderful days, very engaging days. Thank you for being here in Tanzania. And thank you, Brazil, Ambassador, thank you very much. And thank you for joining us this evening. I know you are very busy, but your presence here speaks volumes in terms of the value you give to the session, but also to Tanzania. And Pedro, thank you for coming here to Tanzania to join us. It has been a long way from Rio, Brazil, and you are here with us. I know you are going back. We are going to meet soon in Brasilia. But I want also to thank colleagues from the UNFCCC Secretariat, and of course, Arista for joining us here. This has been great. These are colleagues I've worked with for many, many years. But I want to thank specifically Maurice and your team for honoring Tanzania to bring this very important forum to this country, the first in Africa. Thank you indeed. Thank you. I want to specifically again thank our colleague from the committee, where my brother Fred Onduli actually not only is a member, but is a championing member, and he has been instrumental to bringing this forum even to Tanzania. So thank you very much. He's our neighbor, by the way. He comes from Uganda. So coming from Uganda, he knows the value of bringing this to the neighboring country, and we thank you sincerely also for availing time to join us here. Thank you, the team from my own part, the Vice President's Office, DPS, thank you for being with us. We know the PS is very busy, tied up in everything, but your presence here again shows the commitment of the Vice President's Office to this important meeting. I'm not sure if I've forgotten anyone, but to thank also all the teams and the panels, the discussants and the leaders who have been showing energy throughout the 2 days. And I really wish on behalf of the government to say this has been a great 2 days, and we look forward to engaging further. And this is the question I raised when I was sitting there, saying how do we continuously move this forward? It shouldn't be a one-time event, but it should be a continuous event. I want to thank the presence of the youth and colleagues who have been able to bring them here. This is something I think you needed most in terms of understanding the future of how we address climate change. And really, we want to see you engaging more. This is an opportunity for the youth from Tanzania to engage with your colleagues who are here from other countries, the NDEs who are here, who have been with us, and hopefully you'll get an opportunity to interact before they go home so you can get a better understanding of what they do and how you can interact more. I want to thank our colleague, Costec. You have been wonderful. Gerard, this is great. You have really shown that Costec, as an institution with the country, can showcase what Tanzania can do to the world. Not only because you are a member of the judge, but also you are increasingly becoming part of the global community in this area, which is very important for the future of climate action. So thank you, Costec. Thank you, Gerard. And also my greetings and regards to DG Dr. Nungu for this wonderful work he's doing under this institution. Having said that, Ambassador, I want to tell you that on behalf of the African Group of Negotiators, we are ready for Belém. We are ready, and we thank you very much for the work you are doing. At the beginning of this year, my president was engaged in a conversation with President Lula on how best we are going to shape Belém, and I can assure you Tanzania is ready as a country, but also as a leader of the AGN, of the African Group of Negotiators. We are prepared to give all what we can as a continent to work with the global community to make this event a success. We know there have been challenges, but we have continuously been working with your teams to ensure that we overcome some of these challenges, particularly on the logistical side. But continuously, I have worked with Andrea, the COP30 designate, Liliam, Anatoni, and the whole team to ensure that we address some of these challenges. Let me also announce here that through our work with the Brazilian government and consistently, we as the African Group of Negotiators, even the DSA for Belém has now been raised from $143 per night to $197 per night. And this is very important to know, because this is something I have worked with the UNFCCC Secretariat, with your team, and I'm glad to announce it here because it now relieves some of the pressure which delegates had in terms of participation. But also let me announce here that we have been able to work out how best we can engage our colleagues from the non-state actors, particularly the civil society, the NGO, the media, to ensure that they also participate effectively in the conference. So we are ready on that side. And on the substance. On substance, we have three major areas of importance. One is to work with you on your initiative as the co-presidents. We know you have come up with a very interesting initiative, very important initiative, the Forest Fund, which is very, very important for us. 2 billion pledge from your side, and many countries are coming on board. I can assure you that is the fund which we in Africa, we look forward to be participating into. It's going to support the communities on the ground. It's going to support the women, the custodian of the forests across the continent. As you know, apart from the Amazon, the largest mass of forests across the world, if you remove Amazon, is Africa, the tropical forest of Africa. And therefore, this fund for us is equally important as for Brazil because it touches on our communities. We want also to congratulate you on making Belém going forward an implementation COP. We know that there are still challenges in terms of negotiations, but your push for adaptation, for ensuring that we deliver on finance and all these other issues is also important. You formed a set of finance ministers. They are working very hard day and night to see things coming together, and we are going to work with them to ensure that the area of finance is covered at a political level and at a negotiating level. Now, in terms of negotiations, we have many areas of negotiations in Belém. As we moved from Baku to Belém, we have a lot of unfinished business. We have unfinished business in terms of the work program on mitigation. Many areas are unfinished. We have unfinished business in terms of development, just transition pathways. We have unfinished business in terms of Baku to Belém roadmap on the 1.3 trillion. We have unfinished business in terms of NAPS, as well as technology. To cover these issues, as of tomorrow, I am convening leading negotiators from across Africa here in Dar es Salaam. They started yesterday at Hyatt. We continue tomorrow with all lead negotiators participating. We'll be here for the next 2 days in preparation for Belém, particularly tackling those unfinished businesses to ensure that we have a unified voice. One issue which we have consistently informed even the presidency in terms of the continent is recognition of the special needs and the circumstances of Africa in terms of negotiations. This is very important. Africa has been mentioned in the IPCC 6th assessment report as the most vulnerable continent in terms of its geographical location. And therefore, the recognition of most countries which are landlocked, most countries which are geographically not able to meet the challenges of climate change needs to be put on board. In fact, we have put up a separate agenda item. We are seeking for the support, but otherwise we are ready to discuss how we can embed the recognition of the special needs of Africa in all these agenda items. But we also want to bring to your attention that as Africa, we have specific issues of interest, which we think must be on board. 2 in particular. 1, clean cooking. This is an issue which is actually championed by my president, and we need to ensure that clean cooking becomes part of the Belém agenda. I have discussed this several times with your team, that we cannot talk about just transitions when you still have 960 million people on the continent lacking clean cooking. And therefore, for us, when you talk about just transitions, when you talk about climate justice, you talk about equity, clean cooking must be given a priority, and this is the agenda of my president all along. And as you know, we already have a declaration, Dar es Salaam Declaration on Clean Cooking, which was adopted at the last African Union Summit in February in Addis Ababa, which has recognized that clean cooking is an important agenda for the continent, has actually appointed Her Excellency, my president, to champion this across the continent. So we need to ensure that it's a very, very important issue for us in Belém, and moving forward, I understand that is an issue which you can take on board. Again, at the last G20 meeting last year, Brazil recognized clean cooking as an important issue, and my president was there. And in fact, we did agree also for the establishment of a specific facility for women in Africa to address the challenges of clean cooking. and your president supported this facility. And we look forward also to continuing the discussions, even at the G20 this year, under the leadership of South Africa, on clean cooking. So I want to show you how this issue is important, not only for Tanzania, but for the continent. The other issue which is important for the continent, for Tanzania, is energy connectivity. You talk about transitions, but you still have 650 million people, Africans, without connectivity to energy. They are not connected. So we said, and this is under the leadership of my president, that we need at least 300 million people to be connected to electricity by 2030, the Mission 300. You remember early this year, my president hosted over 20 heads of state here in Dar es Salaam to discuss the importance of energy connectivity to Africa as we talk about energy transition, as we talk about mitigation, as we talk about resilience. So for us, this is one area of importance which we also want to be taken on board as we move to Belém. So these are the issues. We have so many issues. As I said, we have over 50 agenda items. My colleagues will be here as of tomorrow looking at these agenda items. But in short, in brief, these are the issues we have for Belém. And as I said, once again, we are ready to work with the global community. We are ready to work with the Brazilian government to make Belém a success, a resounding success, because Brazil is part of us, is a developing country. And we said, you have a COP in developing countries. You have a COP in a country with the experience of hosting such big meetings. And therefore, we count on you that we are going to work with you to ensure that the issues we raised as a continent are taken on board, and together we may take a success. So thank you very much, Brazil, and we look forward to working with you. And on the other side, thank you again, as I said, with all colleagues here from the UNFCCC Secretariat, from everyone. I want also to add my voice to congratulate Lisa, who has just won this year's award. And as I said at the beginning, we need to see this continuing. We need to see this being supported both by UNFCCC and the CTCN. We need to see this being supported by the governments from where these new innovators are coming from. We in Tanzania are also trying our best. You noted our colleague, she has also been part of the 4 top winners. Can we congratulate her once again, please? And this is an achievement again, showcasing how Tanzania can also bring up innovators who are ready to work with the global community to bring solutions for climate action. You have also seen outside some of colleagues who are showcasing what we can do with AI in many fields. I have a young man who has been developing Greenoram in the backyard of my house for the last 6 months, and now it's something you can showcase across the world. So thank you again for bringing up these new innovators who are going to help us in addressing climate change through this new tool of AIA. Having said that, don't go home. I invite you to Dar es Salaam. This is the most beautiful city you can imagine. I'm sure you have not seen the beaches. You have the Tanzanite Bridge, the longest bridge in the cities across Eastern Africa. Please get time to visit a bit of Dar es Salaam before you go home. And I wish you the bon voyage. See you again in Tanzania. Thank you. God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, before we round up my team from UNFCCC, come on stage, come on stage. Tayun, you've been behind there the whole time. Come on stage. Where is Cassandra? Where is my CTC and family? Come on stage, please. Let us see all the wonderful people who've come together in various ways to contribute their time, their energy. I know this is what you do for a living, but you give your soul to it, and we're proud of you. Koika, we want our friends from Koika to join us. Do we have anyone from the government of Tanzania here? Because this is also a moment for you, for us to enjoy. Please. Who have I forgotten? Who have I forgotten? Koika is here. UNFCCC is here. Ola is here, responsible for your lunch coupons and more. And more. Who have I forgot? Ambassador, our friends from Brazil. counting down to that moment when everything you do in Belém stays in Belém. And more. Why not, Cassandra? Come, join us. Please take center stage, do not hide. Allow me to show you off. Valentine, don't go away. All right. While we're assembling, and they don't know why I'm asking them to assemble, can we have our final live poll? Or can we do the live poll without Teyun? Can we have the live poll? Is that possible? Or have I taken Teyun away? Teyun, you're the live poll guy. Ah, well, it is what it is. When you go back. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so for those of you online, you've been missing out on what we're doing, but we've been taking selfies. All right. Now, our very last live poll, which is crucial. We want to get better. We want to do better. We want to serve better. So please scan the QR code, our very last QR code. Please scan it for us. And after that, we want you, some of you to join us. Ola, can some of them join us on stage? How should I do it? You give us the instruction on how to take the group photo for everybody. Yes. All right, please scan it. Let's go to our first question. How do you feel about the use of AI for climate action now? When we started off, many of you said, I'm excited, but then we were only about 40%. 100%? 100%, a round of applause. 100% are excited about AI for climate action now. That is a huge improvement from when we started on the 8th of October. Next question, please. How would you rate your knowledge of AI for climate action now? Earlier on, some of you said, well, we're fairly familiar. Only a few said, oh, expert, jumped right up. Okay, very familiar. We love to hear that. Just starting, you are very welcome to the fold. Learning, that is why we're here. All right, so some of you are now saying that we're learning. Of course, there's a lot to learn. Very familiar and expert at 14%. Can we go to the next question, if we do have another question? How well have you met your objectives for attending this forum? Why did you come here? Have you met your objectives fully, mostly, fully, and mostly? We love to hear it. No, not at all. No, somewhat, fully, and mostly. Of course, we'll be back next year, so hopefully you'll be mostly by then. But most of you are saying mostly. We like that. Do we have another question? Which topic would you like to see included more strongly in the future? Which topic would you like to see more strongly in the future? And we've allowed you to punch in your thoughts, your opinions to this one. Please go ahead, punch in your thoughts, your opinions. We want to hear your voice, both of you, both in person here and also online. You want to see more security opportunities on climate AI, financing of AI solutions, climate data, geo AI, AI and atmosphere. Okay, we'll take that definitely into advisement and of course into consideration. Pitching and clarity of sessions with ideas or startups. Very, very good. All right, we move on. And that brings us to a powerful and a wonderful end of AI for Climate Action Forum 2025. We're going to do 3 cheers. Hip, hip, hip. It has to be louder than that, otherwise you're not going home. Hip, hip, hip. And the final one for AI for Climate Action. Hip, hip, hip. Ladies and gentlemen, hopefully we get to see you in Belém, but if you can't make it to Belém, we'll send you a lot of sunshine, and trust me, you won't see us on the beaches. You will only be in the conferences doing all the great things. Ladies and gentlemen, hola, how do we do this? Join us on stage, join us on stage. Mr. DJ, just play a little bit of music so that we can start to energize the energy, so to speak. Please join us on stage. Everybody come join us on stage. Join us on stage. Hola, join us on stage. No, you will not. Move to the front. Oh, you're very tall, so we'll still see you. If you know you need to be in front, feel free to join us in. Please join us in front. If you have to be in front, I'm tall, I'm going to step back. Don't be shy. Do what you need to do for yourself, depending on height. And I didn't want to say the H word, but anyway. If you know. Okay, one more minute to move everybody in. All right. Can some of us go to the floor? Yeah, we do a row. We do a row in the front. Okay? Okay? Feel free to go to the middle. Go to the middle. Latifa. Please be careful. Photographer. Ola, where are you? Tayun, where are you? Moritz, you there? All right. In 3, 2, 1, we'll give another icon. We'll smile for this one. 3, 2, 1, icon! And ladies and gentlemen, don't go away just yet. Coffee outside, please. Coffee outside. Once Richard has said we have to do it. Otherwise, when we get to the airport next time, I'll give you my information just now. I'll give you my number. Coffee is served outside. Coffee and snacks are served outside, ladies and gentlemen.